Can you guys all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can hear
Um, should I put on the slide that says BZA will start shortly?
Sorry. Yes, that sounds great.
Okay.
Thanks, Alex.
Yep.
Alec, sorry.
You're good.
There's Anna. Yeah. Oopsie.
Mr. Ebbets, do we have Tom today?
Not sure. Let me text him and see. Thanks, Randy.
I just wanted to double check too. It looks like maybe docket items 19 and 20 were heard in June, and I was not at the June hearing. It doesn't list a
Okay.
quorum on the docket, but I want to make sure we have enough members for that one.
Yeah.
For
Thank you
19
for
and 20, we've not heard that case yet.
We've not heard it. Okay. And in the staff report, it said it was continued to get more information. So
Right, yes.
so do we need Tom, Randy, on those cases? Are we hearing those?
I would ask Anna. If Anna thinks we're good, if we haven't actually heard it, then I don't think we need him. But it'd be
Okay.
good to know if he's attending in general since
I'm texting him right now.
He confirmed with Meredith that he would be present.
Thank you. There it is. Okay. Am I still live? Yeah. I sent him a Zoom link too, kids, so wait and see. He was having trouble finding the Zoom link. I sent it to him. He should be joining us in a few minutes, he said. So I'll go mute again. Where'd I go mute?
And those automatically get sent out by Margaret, usually 30
Yeah.
minutes before the hearing. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. That's where I got mine from. Yes.
All right, and this is the court reporter again. The problem has been resolved. Apologies for the delay there, and thank you for your patience. I'm ready to begin whenever everybody else is.
Okay. Randy, I think I'm live. Randy, I think we're just going to go ahead and
Perfect.
fellow board members, we'll wait for Tom Gorns to come online with us, and then he'll be on the next case. So, Anna, I'll kind of start things off. Are you with me? I don't see your camera on, but it's okay. You're muted, Anna.
Sorry, Mark, were you talking to me?
Yeah, I was. It looks like the court reporter is ready to go. The board members are ready to go. What about you guys? You looking good?
We are waiting on Law still.
Okay.
I've messaged him.
I'm on.
Oh, that could be why I sent him my link, so I just saw my name.
Great.
Let me change his name so we don't get confused. Okay, then we're ready.
Okay, great. And we're live on the virtual world, correct? Anna? On YouTube, whatever we're supposed to go to? Yes?
Meredith, can you confirm?
Meredith, you're muted too. There you go. There's Gorans.
Reminds me of a joke, but I can't tell it.
It's okay. Fellow people, I sent him my link, so it shows my name there for Tom,
Yeah.
but we all know who Tom is. So
Oh, him. I'm a chairman now.
yeah, looks that way. Okay, Meredith, we good on the virtual world? Yes? I can't hear you. Where'd she go?
It does seem like the recording is paused.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fix Tom's name as well. where to go.
Is Alec our technological person? Is he the one who starts things up?
Meredith says that the live stream is live.
Okay, then I think we're good to go. All right, welcome to the September 13th Board of Zoning Adjustment. This is our overflow hearing. I'd like to thank our fellow board members and city staff, fellow board members for volunteering their time today, and city staff for preparing cases for us. Anna, before we begin, do you want to tell everyone the rules and procedures?
Yes, I'm going to describe this online meeting. We have two categories of people participating, attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a general member of the public who's interested in a case, you're going to use the raise hand function when the chair calls the case. And this is going to let you know that we wish to promote you as a panelist. If you're using Zoom via the app, a web browser, smartphone, or computer, there is a ribbon at the bottom of your screen. There's a little hand icon. You're going to click this, and this is how you're going to raise your hand. When this promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion. It will appear very temporarily that you've been disconnected, but please don't panic. This is just Zoom changing your position from attendee to a panelist. If you are joining us via the app or on the web browser, a phone, a computer, etc., please change your screen name to reflect your legal name and the case or docket number you are interested in. This is going to help significantly with the promotion process. We understand that if you're calling on a phone, you can't adjust your screen name, but of course you still can provide testimony by raising your hand using the star followed by the number 9 key. At the time of promotion, you're going to need to turn on your camera and microphone so we can see and hear you, and we can administer the oath. Your microphone does need to be muted at all other times unless you're actively giving testimony, as to avoid negative audio interruptions. The following applies to when public testimony is occurring. The BZA secretary or their designated representative is going to identify you when it's time for you to speak. Then you're going to be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Applicants are going to receive 15 minutes for their presentation, and all other members of the public are going to be given 2 if you are representing a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you are representing an established organization, for example, president of a neighborhood association, homeowners association, nonprofit, etc. Everyone, including all board members, city staff members, general members of the public, please speak clearly into your microphone so we can hear you. And you will be hearing an alarm when your allotted time is over. So please be respectful and wrap up your statement when you hear that alarm. No repetitive or irrelevant testimony. And if you wish to admit any exhibits, for example, PowerPoint presentation, photos, maps, you need to have those ready to share your screen if they are admitted. The share screen button is on that bottom ribbon near the hand icon. You're going to click that. And if they are admitted, you're going to email them to the assigned planner associated with the case after the hearing for record-keeping purposes. This is a reminder that the chat box is only for questions about the agenda or issues with Zoom. Merits of the case cannot be received or discussed in the chat box. And that concludes my overview, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. We seem to have lost Tom Gorens. Did you accidentally drop him off when you changed his name?
I didn't get a chance to. When I went to go change his name, he disappeared.
Okay. I'll ask him to rejoin us. So thank you, Anna, for that. And before we start to review cases, I need to swear in all the city staff who may be presenting or testifying today. Will everyone please turn on your cameras, raise your right hands to be sworn in. And thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Anna, please identify the members. Thank you.
Anna, I do. Stephanie?
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Connor,
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Genevieve,
Con, I do.
Alec.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
That's everyone.
Thank you very much. And Anna, Tom said he's there as an attendee. Should I tell him to raise his hand? Do you see him out there?
And do we need to swear in Mr. Duddy?
I saw Mr. Duddy light up. Mr. Duddy, I think I saw you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this hearing today, sir?
I do.
And say one more time your name for the court reporter.
James Duddy.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. And
My apologies, Duddy. I am having some problems with my Zoom too. Oh yeah, there you are. And I see Tom again. Tom, you need to accept the promotion.
there he is.
I'm still Mark.
There you go. Just got
Okay.
changed.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Anna, I'm going to, let's see here. I'm going to turn it over to you to identify the current for this day's dismissals and continuances. Where'd she go?
Yep, I'm here. The first
Okay,
case
thanks.
on the item to be dismissed today is docket item 19. This is case, or I said dismiss, continued. Please, yeah, continue request. Docket item 19, CD BZA 2024-62. This is a request to appeal a denial of certificate of legal nonconforming use on about 0.67 acres, generally located at 208 Westport Road. This is a continuance request to the October 9th meeting. Docket item 20, case CD BZA 2023-00137. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to a prohibited use, an adult business on about 0.4 acres, generally located at 208 Westport Road. Also a request for continuance to October 9th. The next item is 35, CD BZA 2024-00115. This is a request to approve a variance to the vehicular standards to permit a smaller setback for parking space in the front yard, plus any other needed variances on about 0.12 acres, generally located at 4224 Charlotte Street. And then docket item 36, CD BZA 2024-86. This is a request to approve a variance to the features allowed to encroach in the setbacks to permit a deck to encroach on the side setback, plus any other additional variances on about 0.14 acres, generally located on the southwest corner of Thompson Avenue and Cypress Avenue. And then the applicant team did request for docket item 32 to be continued as well. I don't know if they're online again to request that. You said that they didn't have to be, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I agree. So let's go ahead and continue that. Did they say to the October meeting or which
Yep.
meeting?
So then CD BZA 2023-49, that's a request to repeal city staff's determination related to zoning violations issued for the subject site on about 13 acres, generally located at 5500 Bennington. This is a request from the applicant to continue the case to the October 9th meeting as well. And
That's
that
great.
concludes our continuance today.
Hey, Miss Anna, on the docket items 19 and 20, those have been continued for a while. Are they going through city council on that?
No, they
do you
just
know?
weren't available today, and that's why
Okay.
they asked for a
All right.
continuance.
Sure, no worries. Great. All right, then that means we're starting with docket number 21, and I'll let you kind of call that case. Anna, thank you.
I'll
we
make a
need the
motion.
vote.
Yeah, I'll make a
sorry,
motion.
you're exactly right. Sorry.
To
Yes.
continue cases 19, 20, 32, 35, and 36, as indicated by Anna.
Perfect. I have a motion. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Miss Moran, I think. Is that right, Megan?
Yes.
You said,
Yes.
okay, thank you. Anna,
Lawrence?
please call the roll on those. Thanks.
Gorant,
You're muted, Tom.
Aye. Thank you.
Moran,
Aye.
Hixdorf,
Aye.
Hayes,
Is it Maisha?
Jazz,
Well, if,
I don't think Miss Wright's here.
I don't think he's in it, is he?
yeah, Maisha's
okay.
on here, and I don't think, and Judge will be the alternate.
Okay. Raisha,
Mine.
you said yes, didn't you?
Aye.
Oh, there she is. Aye.
Thank
Okay, and Ebbets.
Aye on that. So those items are continued as stated. And Anna, and now we at case number 21.
Yep, well, we continued docket item 15 to this date, so the city staff
You're right.
can run the analysis considering the new information we heard in that hearing. So I'll call that case first.
Perfect.
So the applicant can be a part of the conversation. So we have docket item 15, case CD BZA 2024-108. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum floor space in the accessory dwelling unit standards, plus any additional variances on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 3419 Baltimore Avenue.
Perfect. You're going to promote those people when you can. We did have Eric and Andrew from before.
Yeah, I've promoted Eric, and Joseph McGrew is on. There are two other members with their hand raised that I believe are involved in other cases. Would you like me to promote them to see?
Well, just to verify.
Yeah. Need to switch my.
Eric McGrew, turn on your camera and microphone too while we're waiting for those other people to come online. There's Kristen Johnson, yes.
Hi, yes, confirming I am here for case number 15 on a personal
Okay.
level.
Thank you. There's Eric. Trying to make sure. Have we got everybody, Anna?
And then if Joseph McGrew wanted to provide testimony on docket item 15, please accept the promotion. Okay, last call for Joseph McGrew.
Hang on a minute, I'll tell him to accept it. I apologize. Joe, you gotta press that accept button.
He declined the promotion.
Okay.
Anna, this is Tom Myers. Screen flash is my name again.
Yeah, I can just...
Oh, yeah.
Well, Joseph, even though we're technical guys, Joseph's having technical issues. Do you mind?
And Eric, if he wants to stand behind you and give testimony, that's okay too.
Okay.
It sounds like he's in the same area as you.
Yeah, we are.
There he is. I see him in the background. So I'm going to ask everyone who's giving testimony today to first state their names for the court reporter. And I'll let Anna call the names. And then once you say your name, for instance, Kristen Johnson, and then you do the McGrews, and then I'll swear you all in at one time. Great. So Anna, you want to call these names?
Yeah, Eric.
Here.
Joe.
Here.
Kristen.
Present.
That's everybody, right, Anna?
Correct.
And who's speaking on your case today, by the way? Is it Eric, I'm guessing?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Everyone, please raise your right hands to be sworn. do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Thank you. Perfect. All right.
It's
We heard your case the other day, but Anna, get us up to speed on what we're doing this morning.
Yeah, if Connor could give an overview of where we left off and our next steps.
Yeah. So, this was originally, there was a primary structure and a garage. The garage was proposed to be converted to an ADU. Upon discussion in the hearing on Wednesday, it was brought to our attention that the primary structure and the garage were connected by some recent construction. So therefore, rather than being held to ADU standards, it's now considered all one primary structure by the letter of the code, which means I had to run new analysis on what those variances would be. And I do have a revised staff report attached to the case on Compass KC. Additionally, there was some notarized testimony that came to me yesterday afternoon. It's not in the staff report. I didn't have time to include it, but I do have that in the attachments of the case as well.
So the notarized statement, is that in support or comments, or what does that say, Connor? And I'll have to admit that as trying to find the exhibit number.
So the notarized statement is, I believe, not in support of the project, and I believe it came from Kristen Johnson, who's online with us today. So she can speak more to that after I give my presentation.
All right, and we'll get Kristen's comments in just a second. I'm looking at the revised staff report, Connor. It's taking a second to download, but I'll be there in just a minute. There it is.
Anna,
So,
does the revised staff
go ahead.
report need to be Exhibit 10, and then this testimony is 11? Is that how that needs to be?
Sounds good to me.
That is
So
correct.
those, yeah, so
10
that
is
will
the
be
revised staff report, and then 11 is the public testimony letter.
perfect. And well, she's going to testify in the public testimony. So, Eric, before we left on Wednesday, Ms. Mixdorf asked for you to provide some photos that would help us better judge what's going on with your case at 3419 Baltimore. Do you have any of those photos you can share with us today?
I uploaded them to Compass KC.
Yep, they're in the staff
Yep.
report.
Yep, and I also have them included in a revised presentation as well.
All right. Connor, let's hear from you first in your presentation. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, Mr. McGrew. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 or 1 to 10, actually. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. And one of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Go ahead, Connor.
All right, can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, so we are at docket 15, CD BZA 2024-108, 3419 Baltimore Avenue in an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the minimum required setbacks for a home on a residential lot, plus any additional variances. This was previously heard on Wednesday when the understanding was that it was a detached garage converting to an ADU. However, as I mentioned earlier, that discussion revealed that the deck was joining those two buildings, and that creates it one continuous primary structure. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. Again, this is the site plan that was presented, as well as a floor from originally what was supposed to be the ADU. now we're getting into those additional pictures that Mr. Madru sent in for me. Got a couple of them here showing that they're connected. Got this image and 3 more images here showing the construction. Again, this slide, which should be in your staff report, shows the previously approved variances from 2003 as a garage. So variance request A is going to be a variance of 24 feet to the minimum rear setback of an infill lot to permit a rear setback of 6 feet on the subject site. Again, that's a 6 feet variation, or I'm sorry, 24 feet variation, which is a 75% reduction. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as properties in this area generally meet the rear setback requirements. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. And the variance request B is a variance of 1 foot to the minimum setbacks to the interior side setback to make it 4 feet on the subject site. Apologies, that was worded poorly. It's a 1 foot variation to permit it to be 4 feet for the interior side setback. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Primary structures in this area generally conform with those interior side setback requirements, and the difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Connor. So, Mr. Tomlin, now that the structures are attached, these are the only 2 variances he needs. Is that correct? Oh, shoot. No, I'm not muted. Sorry.
No, we can hear you.
Connor.
Sorry, what was that?
So with this new revised staff report and the buildings connected, these are the only 2 variances he needs. The ADU goes away. Is that what I hear you saying?
Yes, but I also want to mention that in some research, I'm not sure if there were permits pulled for all of this work. I can allow Mr. Madru to speak to that some more, but if permits weren't pulled and approved for this work, we might want to continue it to have them seek those permits and at least get them started before the variants were approved.
All right.
I
Mr. McGrew, you want to make some comments on that, sir?
I believe I had the permits pulled, but if I don't have the appropriate ones, the structure's been in place, including that deck, for multiple years. If we need to continue to get permits, that's exactly what we'll do. Can someone explain to me what it means, it not being an ADU now that it's attached? Can I still build a kitchen and create an apartment up there on the 2nd floor?
So yeah, ADUs can be attached. It's just for the purpose of variances, it's technically considered part of the primary structure now that they are connected.
Okay.
It's just a matter of the way the code reads. It's now variances to the setbacks for the primary structure since those are connected. However, ADUs can be attached to the primary structure.
Okay, good.
Now regarding full kitchens and stuff, what you can put in that, I would suggest you reach to when you go to look at those permits, talk to the permits group and the plans review group to ensure that everything that you want to do is allowed in that addition.
Okay.
On their side of things.
Well, then we'll work with them, and let's continue this until next month so we can meet your requirements.
I'd still like to hear from Ms. Johnson, get her testimony as part of the public record, Mr. McGrew.
I have one question first.
Yes.
It's for Connor. Connor, doesn't permitting require that the variances be in place before they issue the permit? If variances are required?
Technically, yes. However, if the work was done without permits, we would typically seek them to at least get the proper permit application or plans review applications in. That way, they're not waiting an additional month. So as soon as you guys come back to it, they can immediately leave the call next month and go have that plan review reviewed immediately rather than having to get the variance approved and then submit and wait, even more time to have that review process started.
Okay. All right. I get it.
Ms. Johnson? What would you like to
Yes.
say?
Thank you. I'm trying to share my screen. Hopefully you can see that.
Okay, this will be exhibit number 13, I believe.
This is part of the written testimony that I submitted yesterday. So I'm married to Andrew Johnson, who appeared on Wednesday. So I'm appearing in a personal capacity. I am the owner of the property to the south of this project. We did not receive any information about this prior to a couple days ago when I asked Eric what was going on, and just learned about this. So I'm still getting up to speed. I also, in my letter, noted and provided an exhibit. I reached out to our neighborhood association president, Naja Cartpolo, who also did not receive any information from Mr. McGrew. So my main comments are, number one, if this is changing character and is now becoming part of the primary residence and is requesting really ridiculous setback changes, that needs to be a separate process that goes through all of the permits, all of the requirements. My husband and I, Andrew and I, strongly oppose this, any additional variances. As you can see, this building takes up the length of our entire backyard and is built 2 stories so that there is a line of sight into our backyard. Our family has a hot tub. We use the backyard all the time. We have 3 kids. We are asking if you are allowing, it's hard to figure out how to testify because this has changed from one thing to another in this process. And if it is going to be an ADU or a rental of any kind, we would request that legally enforceable restrictions be put in place on who can rent those spaces because of the invasion of privacy. Specifically, in my written testimony, I've asked for restrictions on short-term rental. That has been a problem in our neighborhood that Eric and I both agree about. The apartments across the street that have been short-term rental. Please restrict use of this property as a short-term rental. Please also, if you're able to, put a restriction on renting to any registered sex offenders. I'm very concerned about the invasion of privacy in my backyard to develop this garage as it was originally proposed 20 years ago into residential, especially if it's going to be rental. So you can see the rest of my comments in the written testimony, but I'm just very concerned about the lack of notice, the lack of information, and then how this has changed and now is being considered something that it's not. I'll also scroll down to my other pictures. So this is the view from my windows. You can see here in this one, if you can see my mouse, the picture on the right shows there still is a separation between the buildings. And I don't know the legal part of it because I haven't had the opportunity to research it. You guys know I'm a lawyer. I'm trying to catch up and get up to speed here. But it seems that the request has legally changed, and I don't believe that there are permits to add on to the home. This was always permitted previously or approved previously as a garage, not as an addition to the home. And the setbacks that were approved 20 years ago were based on that use. So to now change it kind of in conversation during this hearing doesn't give us the proper opportunity to even know what to say to protest, if that makes sense. So once again, just sum it up. Andrew and I both oppose this. I believe the neighborhood association would oppose it if they had more information. And this is just, we live in the city, we don't want someone to be able to expand their home so that it takes up the entire lot. That's the reason that we have these setbacks. If you are going to allow development for residential space, we ask that there be legally recorded restrictions on short-term rental and rental to registered sex offenders to protect our privacy and, and also against future owners, recorded against future owners. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Board members, some more comments and/or questions?
I guess I just have a general question or concern regarding making sure this is going through the permitting process, because looking at those photos, it looks like there is not even a guardrail at the end of this deck, which is a safety concern. So I would like to make sure the the proper code is followed from a safety perspective. I know this was built a while ago, but it looks like there's a drop off between the house and the garage. So I think that would be good to get remedied in the process here.
I agree, and it's just not finished yet, and we don't let anybody on that property but my son and I or my immediate family members until we finish putting the rails up. We pass materials up through there, so to make it easier, we left the rail down.
Mr. McGrew, do you need 1 month or 2 months to pursue this?
What do you think, Joe?
I'm not sure.
It seems
and if
yeah,
we
it
have,
seems like a lot of work to get this done in 3 weeks when we meet again on
Okay.
October 9th.
let's make it 2 months.
So, yeah, I think so too. All right. So it sounds like he'd like a continuance to the November meeting. And that would be November 9th, I believe.
13th.
13th. Yeah,
Mhm.
thank you very much, board members. So I'll entertain a motion to that effect.
I'll offer a motion. In case number 108, I move we continue the case until our November 13th hearing.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Mixdorf, and I think I heard a second by Ms. Wright. Is
Ms.
that correct?
Moran.
Yes.
Ms. Moran.
Oh,
correct.
Ms. Moran, sorry. My screens are different. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Nay.
and Ebbets.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right. We'll see you in a couple months with a whole bunch of information for us, Mr. McGrew. And again, Ms. Johnson, thanks for coming before us.
Thanks for your time, Connor. We'll get together and discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Anna?
Docket
Up to
item
you.
21, CD BZA 2024-120. This is a request to approve the variance to the infill vehicular standards to permit a front-loading garage plus any other needed variances on about 0.22 acres, generally located at 111 East 51st Terrace. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant, please raise your hand so we can identify you for the hearing. I see the applicant, Bill. And it looks like the property owner as well. If you are a member of
Good.
the general public who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 21, property 111 East 51st Terrace, please raise your hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none. And the applicant and property owner are connected, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. It's going to take me a second here. Sorry for the delay. All right. Okay. So we have Ms. Poole, is that right? Mr. Poole? And anyone else? Just the two members, Anna, we have Poole and Star, those two people, excuse me.
Then one more
Right.
person has raised their hand in the meantime. Dave. Last call for anyone who wishes to provide testimony on docket item 21. Seeing none.
Okay,
Dave is
great.
also connected.
Is Dave part of this one? Dave, are you part of this
Yeah,
case?
property owner.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to ask each of you first to say your first and last name, and then I'm going to swear all three in at one time. You good? Let's start with Mr. Poole.
William Poole.
Thank you. Ms. Starr.
Melissa Starr.
Thank you. And Dave.
David Starr.
Thank you. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
I do.
Great, thank you. Part of that, there's a list of administrative exhibits label or numbered 1 to 9 usually. I'm almost there to verify that. Yes, 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do?
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Salderi on your case. Stephanie, tell us all about it.
All right, can you see my screen?
I can.
Perfect. Okay, we got docket item 21, CD BCA 2024-120 on 111 East 51st Terrace. This is zoned R-5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill vehicular standards to permit a front-loading garage. All right, so the subject site is located down here, more southern part of the city. And this is a bird's eye view of the house on 51st Terrace. This is what the house looks like currently. There is an existing garage. So this is the site plan. So we got the existing house over here, a new driveway that's going to be put in, and then the addition to the house where a new 2-car garage will be put in place. And so the existing garage will be converted into living space, and then the addition will include the new 2-car garage. So this triggers the need for a variance because this is the only home in the context area that has the garage. So just for everyone listening, so these are the infill residential development standards that has been effective since January of last year. So this applies to any neighborhoods annexed by the city prior to 1954. And this is just to ensure development is consistent with like the context of the neighborhood. So the context area is all lots within 200 feet of the subject site on the same block phase. And for garages, so garages visible from the street shall be permitted only when 51% or more of the homes in the infill context area have also attached front-loading garages. So here is the context area. None of the homes have front-loading garages except this home. And so it was, once the infill ordinance took effect, this became a legal non-conforming use. And so by the homeowners reconverting the existing garage to a living space, basically that gets rid of that legal non-conforming use. And so now that they're building a new one, it triggers this variance. So the variance request, again, is to permit a front-loading garage on the subject site. So this would be a complete deviation. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So even though this site does have the existing front-loading 1-car garage that was, again, existing prior to the infill ordinance, it's now proposed, they're now proposing a front-loading 2-car garage, which contradicts the infill context area, and none of the other homes have any front-loading garage. And so by converting the existing garage to a living space, they are creating their own hardship. So the difficulty could be changed by a change in design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you,
Any
Ms. Stephanie.
questions?
Board members, any questions for Stephanie? Stephanie, again, when you go back to that block plan with the X's on it there,
yes,
all those homes do not have front loading garages, or they do?
Correct. They do not have front loading garages.
So they access their garage either in the back as attached. Yeah. Show me with
So
your
it looks
mouse.
like, it looks like they all tend to have detached garages in the backyard.
Okay. And this house with that, again, I can't point out it with my mouse, but the existing home looked to have a garage. See the little box back there in the back? Okay.
Oh,
if you go back to Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. What's the little box back there? Was that, who knows?
I can have the applicant or homeowners answer that, but it doesn't seem to be a garage.
Right.
It's a
Okay,
shed.
thank you, Stephanie.
Shed.
Any
Okay.
other questions from board members? All right, is Mr. Starr, Mrs. Starr, or Mr. Poole talking on your behalf today?
I can take the lead today.
Great, thank you, Mr. Poole. Why should we grant your variance?
The existing home built in 1938, as we've seen, has a one-car garage built to 1938 vehicular standards. Very narrow. The interior of it's at approximately 11 feet, only deep enough for one car. As part of this project, beyond the garage component, there is also a first floor guest suite being built. That is the intent of that piece of the puzzle is to make this house livable long term. Should the owners need first floor bedroom for long term habitability. When we have that component there, it does not make it possible to for both access and lot coverage issues to have a detached garage with proper separation by the code. And we have also received all the comments from the neighbors have been we like the idea of just continuing with the front loaded garage, and we do not want a detached garage pressed up against our property, especially if we were to try to put an ADU above it. They would be opposed to that, and they are in favor of this. There are currently the parents and two adult children living in this house. That means there's 4 cars. There has been a great deal of, I can't quote statistics. There has been crime in the area on street parked cars. They have a minimum of 2 cars at all times parked on the street. So part of this is being able to secure vehicles and bring the property up to sort of modern standards. And again, there is this house, none of the detailing or in my opinion, scale or materials is changing on this. We're going back with the same white stucco, the same international or Bauhaus style detailing, matching all existing detailing on the house. So architecturally, I don't believe that the character of things is changing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Poole. Board members or Mr. or Mrs. Starr, do you want to make any additional comments?
Yeah, if I could just speak to the character of the neighborhood question earlier. As Mr. Poole mentioned, we did speak with all the neighbors that adjoin and the 2 neighbors that face the neighborhood or face our house from across the street, and did show them plans, and they were, in agreement that it seemed to fit the neighborhood, and we're excited about the prospect. I think it's worth mentioning that we have gone to kind of lengths to work with Bill Poole as our architect to create something that's in keeping with the original style of the house, which is why we were excited about the neighborhood in the first place. We moved from Johns County over specifically because of this house. We had kind of hunted the neighborhood for a while and found this one, and it came up, and we grabbed it because we're sort of architectural nerds. So for us, this is just an exciting way to expand what's already a great house and make it livable for us for the future.
Thank you. Miss Stephanie, could you show the picture again? There was just one quick photo and
Yeah.
of the home from the street. It looked like, I don't know if that's Google Street or that was a supplied photo.
This one? Oh, wait,
Yeah, that
this one?
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would also like to add that when garages are allowed by variance within this, there are also some rules about percentages of lot width or of actual structural width that you cannot exceed 40%. And our proposed, if you calculate it by area, we're at 17%, even with the addition of the front facade, ground level facade. If you calculate it by width, by a linear dimension, it's 28%. So we are still substantially below the requirements when these conditions are allowed.
That's important, Mr. Poole. And again, thank you for your sharing that. Board members?
Do you still need the picture up?
No, we're good on that.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
That's fine. I'll stop sharing.
I have a question. So in looking at the survey, obviously you said you prefer not to have a detached garage, but have you explored options with one? It looks like you have width still available in the lot to have a detached garage and avoid this variance altogether.
The detached garage would not allow the other component of the project to exist based on both lot coverage and how we would access it. With the bedroom that we're having off the back, it would be too close together to allow it to be a detached structure. And we would have the length of the driveway to get back there combined with that addition would, I don't have the numbers for what the lot coverage would be at that point, but it would be substantial. We're already, on these small urban lots, our lot coverage is already pretty substantial.
I guess where I'm struggling with this a little bit is the hardship piece, because you still have the lot width. I know there's a preference, obviously, to not have, or maybe some future conflicts with other variances that may be required if you had a detached garage near an addition, or how else you may access it. But I don't personally see a hardship in this case, since it looks like you do have other avenues to access it on the remainder of the site, if you were to wanting to stick with adding a garage.
I
But I'm
think
just one board member.
just one thing to address that. We did look at early on in the project having a detached garage, and although we wouldn't be able to address a first floor extra bedroom or office that we were looking to add, we had talked about doing like a second. A lot of people will do like a dormer off of the top of a detached garage. Because of the architecture of our home, we're not able to do like a peaked roof where you can just do a dormer. We'd have to do a full second story, which we'd also have to have a variance to do that. And we had originally thought, oh, we don't want to go through the variance process, right? But when we talked with our neighbors about that, our neighbors were very much, because we've tried to involve them and have conversations just to be neighborly, right? We don't really want to have issues with our neighbors either. And there was concern about having the second story on a detached garage, because then in the backyard where everybody's living and spending their time, we'd have a very large and tall structure. So our neighbors behind us even were concerned about that, as well as the neighbors obviously to our east, that would have to impact it, kind of impacts everybody's view and airflow and shade and sun and all that sort of thing. So having the lower single story closer to our house was more preferable for most of our neighbors, as opposed to a larger, because we can get within 2 feet if we, get into that detached structure. Whereas since we're keeping it closer to the house, there's more buffer space because of the setback off the side of the lot. As you can tell, there's a lot of green space between us and the neighbor next to us. There was a lot at one point between us that we have half and they have half. So that's basically what's allowing us to attach this garage in the first place.
Thank you.
So hope that helps.
And just looking at the width of the garage, it is looking like you're trying to minimize. It looks like the opening's only 17 feet.
Yeah, we're trying to get as close as we can there.
Yeah, yes, in a perfect world, we'd have a 24-foot wide garage, but setbacks and scale and things of that nature. So that's why we have a narrower garage with a bit more depth. We have pushed this garage, where the current garage is out on the primary plane of the facade, of the main facade. We've pushed this back a few feet also to try to relieve the mass, and kept it to a single story rather than trying to add pieces above it.
As I said before, I'm just one board member, but it looks like you've gone in depth, and your neighborhood is not against your expansion of the garage to a 2-car garage. So it looks like you're trying to keep with the character of the neighborhood and the character of your home as well. So
yeah, there's a line within the purpose of the infill residential standards. It says to provide sufficient flexibility to allow incremental evolution of established neighborhoods and to meet the community's changing needs. And I feel like what we've presented here falls directly under that directive.
Right.
The owners being a portion of that community who have changing needs.
And your
Mr.
home is
Chair,
between Brookside, your home is between Brookside Boulevard and Main Street. Is that where that lies?
Yeah.
And the
That's correct.
church is, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the church is one end, and actually on the Brookside end, the one house that falls outside of that 200-foot circle that sits on Brookside, they do have a 2-car front-facing garage. They just fall just slightly outside of our context area, but that home is like ours and had an original garage as well.
And the one across the street from it on that end also has 2 cars facing the street.
Facing 51st Terrace, not Brookside.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a
board
question.
members, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question
ahead,
for
Tom.
Mr. Poole.
Go ahead.
Mr. Poole, are you going to put another driveway in and tear that one out, or how are you going to get to your new garage?
Correct. As seen in the site plan, the existing driveway will be torn out and regraded, as will the large kind of existing stairway approach that comes all the way up through the yard. And there will be a side stair access and a new entryway coming off of the new driveway. Yes.
I do think you are in a unique situation because of the architecture of your home. It already does not meet the character of the rest of your neighborhood. It is already kind of one of a kind. So I'm usually very hesitant as we look at this infill standard. I think that was created for a reason, but I do feel like yours is maybe less of an impact that a more craftsman or shortway style home that we typically see in Kansas City would have compared to this more modern building that has already been there since the 30s.
It was an odd duck at the beginning. It's kind of always been the outlier on the street.
Board members, any other questions, comments, and or motion?
I'll make a motion in docket item number 21, case number BZA 2024-120. I move that we grant the variance requested in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Tom, are you seconding? You went live.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion, motion by Ms. Moran, second by Mr. Gorence. Anna?
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Nixdorf,
Aye.
Wright, Ebbets,
Aye. Your motion, your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you very much for coming before us today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next case.
docket item 22. This is CD BZA 2024-119. This is a request to approve a variance to the location of an accessory structure to permit a detached garage in the street side yard, plus any other needed variances on about 0.73 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Warnell Road and West 54th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. You are the applicant team, which I see have already raised their hand. I am promoting them. And if you are any member of the general public who wishes to provide testimony, please also raise your hand so we can identify you for the public hearing. So Michael and Damon, they are the applicant and owner. They have been connected. I also see a John McGurk.
Okay. Trying to see there's Paul.
Everyone's been connected. Last call for public testimony for docket item 22.
All right.
Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. So both Michael and Paul, looks like you're the two reps today. I'm going to ask you to first state your names, and then I will, wait, there's a third person who just lit up, John. So those three, like to have you first state your names, then I'll swear you in. So Paul, let's go with you first. Please state your full name.
Paul Grant Damon.
Thank you. Mr. Michael.
Michael Blackledge.
And John.
John McGurk.
Thank you. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do. I do.
I do.
Thank you. Who's speaking on the case today? Is that Michael or who's
Michael,
speaking?
yes, I'll be speaking, but I'm gonna let John McGurk go first as the neighbor. He has to leave, so wanted him to be able
Okay.
to.
So Michael, I've got to do some paperwork first. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
And one of those is a presentation by Ms. Saldari on your case to tell us about it. Stephanie, go ahead.
Yes. Share. There we go. All right. So we got not the beginning of the presentation. There you go. Docket item 22, CDBCA 2024-119, located on 236 West 54th Street, Zone R-10. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the accessory structure standards to permit a detached garage in the street side yard. All right, so the subject site is located around here in Lewis Park. Here is an overview image, and this existing garage is the structure in question. So this is what it looks like from the street. And this is just another view of it from Warnell. All right, so this is the site plan. So there will be an addition to the back of this existing detached garage. Here are just some elevations. And again, the dark gray is the addition. So there is quite a bit of a case history. So bear with me. So case 13429A was a variance approved back in 2005 for the detached garage. So it was a 23 by 34 foot detached garage on the street side yard. This was approved under Chapter 80-300, and it required a 60-foot setback from the front yard. But now with the addition, it would trigger the current code, Chapter 88-305, which has removed Chapter 80's accessory structure setback requirements. So this is why Michael and Paul are here today, just kind of to update this. But again, the addition to detached garage triggers the variance due to the new standards, and it is larger than what was originally approved. And to add to that, the variance did not consider the countryside plat covenances, which I will get into later. Then there was another variance that was approved in 2021. It was for a pool, but the pool was never built. There was also a special exception for the fence that was built, but the variance expired. But those plans did show a code and plat compliant detached garage on the east corner of the lot. And then last slide for the case history. In 2021, there was a approved certificate of appropriateness for the proposed detached garage from the 2021 variance, and it showed that code and plat compliant structure. But then in 2022, there were approved stamp plans for the house addition and the detached garage addition that we are seeing today. However, no zoning review was assigned to DMD at the time, so we couldn't do our zoning review. So DMD reviewed this in June 2024 when the applicant resubmitted due to a change in plans. And then 2023, another certificate of appropriateness was approved for the existing detached garage and the addition that we are seeing today. So this is from the 2005 variance. It is a 3-car garage, and it's back here. And this is the 2021 variance, the pool that was not built, and then a second detached garage. This was the one that was code compliant, so no variances so it wasn't part of the variance case. And then we go on to the plat. So I said this before, where on the corner lot, the smallest side of the lot abutting a street or adjacent to a street is considered the front yard. So under Chapter 88, this side, the west side of the lot, would be considered the front yard. Oh, I mixed these up. I'm sorry. According to the plat, this is actually the front yard, and this is the street side yard. Let me just change that. I'm sorry. That was a mistake on my end.
No worries.
Yeah, but so there's no confusion. Okay, so according to the countryside plat, the front yard is the larger southern side, and the street side yard is the smaller western side. So opposite of the current code. So we are going to base this variance of the plat. And so for the plat's covenants, so lots marked B shall be deemed and taken to front south. So that's how this was determined, and this is marked B. And then, so the outbuilding, which would be these accessory structures, shall be located within 100 feet from the front of the lot on which is situated. And then, so no outbuilding shall be located within 100 feet of the front of the lot which is situated, nor within 50 feet of any side street. So then, now we go on to the variances. So variance request A is a variance of 70 feet to the plat accessory building setbacks to permit a 30-foot front setback for a detached garage on the subject site. Again, the requirement is 100 feet. Change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since other homes in this neighborhood already have large detached garages. The existing detached garage's difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design since it was approved through a previous variance and it did not use the countryside plat standards. But however, the difficulty for the addition to the garage could be obviated by building another structure on the lot is an option. Like I said before, the site plan from the 2021 variance show intent to build a code compliant detached garage. And then variance request B is a variance of 31.5 feet to the plat accessory building setbacks to permit an 18.5 foot street side setback for a detached garage. And then again, the requirement is 50 feet. And this also does not change the character of the neighborhood since, again, other homes have large structures like these. And then again, the existing garage's difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design since it's been there since at least 2005. But again, the difficulty for the addition to the garage can be obviated by a change in design. And then this is not on the staff report. This was a last minute variance added. This site is still an infill lot, and infill lots do not permit any accessory structures in the side yard, only in the rear yard. So we do still have to consider that. But we also have to then go by the plat's setbacks. So variance request C is a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit an accessory structure in the street side yard. This is a complete deviation since infill lots only allow accessory structures to be in the rear yard. Again, no change to the character of the neighborhood because it has been in existence for at least 20 years. And then again, detached garage's difficulty. The existing one cannot be obviated by a change in design. But then again, the addition, there was intent to build a code-compliant detached garage back in 2021. And that concludes my lengthy presentation.
That's fine, Miss Stephanie. Board members, any questions to Miss Solderi on this matter? Hearing none. Who's going to speak on the case? Is that
Michael Blackledge.
Mr. Damon or Blackledge?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
With the board's permission, I know you usually do public commentary at the end, but I know the neighbor, John McGirt, needed to leave. Is it possible for him to go first?
Sure. Mr. McGirt, I don't see you. There you are. Go ahead and tell us your testimony.
Yes, sorry, I'm in the middle of a meeting, so thank you to my meeting participant that's letting me just walk away for a second. So my name's John McGirt. My wife Katie and I live just to the north of the Damon's property. So we border, if you saw that aerial that was shown in the staff report, you can see our house, our driveway backs up right to where the garage extension would be, and we share our whole south property line and the Damon's north property line. But here to support the Damon request, we're really excited. We've kind of been through the ringer with this property, as I'm sure a lot of you guys can remember. This house was gutted prior to the COVID outbreak, and we've been sitting kind of behind a house that's been gutted. And Paul and his wife bought this house and have been got quick to work and are expanding it. The garage expansion would be up to our property line, or towards our property line. We have no issue with it. We're excited for Paul to get done. His plans are awesome. So we're really excited. So I just wanted to take the effort to come here and express our support for his variances, and we look forward to the construction getting done and having Paul and the family move in. So that's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. McGirt. Any questions of John before he signs off? Nope. Thank you, John.
Great.
Go
Thank
back to
you
your
all.
meeting.
Thanks.
All right, Michael, you're back on.
Okay. Just quickly to respond to Stephanie's comments about the 2021 variance, that was under the previous owner who was going to put the pool in on the west side and convert the two-car garage into a pool house space, and then do a new 3-car garage on the east side of the property. The new owners, the Davins, have chosen to keep the existing driveway on the west side and utilize the existing 2-car garage, but they do want the 3-car garage, which is the reason for the addition. And it's a 1-bay addition to the existing 2-car garage rather than building a whole new 3-car garage and moving the entire driveway to the east side. So a little bit less significant in scope, obviously. So see some logic in that aspect. And also it's an existing structure. So we're not proposing a whole new structure in defiance of these setback requirements. So we feel that's reasonable dealing with the existing structure. And you can see on the elevations, we're taking the existing architecture and basically duplicating it and extending it to the north. We're still well off the 1.5-foot side rear yard setback for detached accessory structures. We're actually in compliance with the full setback that's required for main structures. No area or height issues with the size of a detached garage due to the expansive size of the property itself. We're well within those limitations. And also the original 3-car garage that was approved showed an exterior stair. And there's an existing spiral exterior stair that's being removed, and we're actually incorporating that onto the interior. So you won't see an exterior stair on the new addition. So I think that pretty much covered. Oh, and the addition also does not increase the encroachment towards Warnaw or towards 54th Street further than the existing structure. So we are expanding the size, but we're not expanding the encroachment of the existing structure towards either street. With that, I'll ask the board if they have any questions or comments.
I had a question. So looking at the 2005 drawings, it looks like you're essentially kind of matching what that square footage would have been in that original proposal in 2005 as the 3 cars.
Very close, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I do appreciate not the lessening of the impervious paving by consolidating and just adding on to what's existing versus adding a completely separate large structure on the east side of the building. I think this is a more logical approach, and appreciate the effort put forth to make this occur.
That's good. Paul, Mr. Damon, do you have any comments to make on this home? I drive by it all the time. It's been a mess for at least 6, 7, maybe even 10 years.
Mark, I've driven by that house for the last 18 years. I work on the plaza. And I've driven by that house every day for 18 years, and the last 5 have been sad to see. So we are very, very excited to breathe life into this. I've gotten to know John McGurk and Katie and all the other neighbors. They've all come up, and they're all very excited about the work being done, and looking forward to having, this come back to being, a nice contributing property and a jewel of Kansas City by the park. So we're super excited about that and appreciate the consideration. This is going to be our forever home, and the opportunity to have a 3rd car garage was something we wanted to invest in while we're doing this work now and not living in it. So appreciate everyone's consideration and open to any questions anyone has.
This has no relevance to the case, but who owned the home before you?
Before me was Brian Shell.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, board members, any other questions, comments, and/or motion?
I'd offer a motion.
Please do. Thank you.
And that's Maggie, unless you had a question.
No.
Okay. In case number 119, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report and adding variant C as identified by Stephanie during the presentation.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Mixdorf, a second by Ms. Moran. Anna?
Corrance. Aye. From Tom.
Yes, aye.
Yes.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Ebbets.
With an enthusiastic eye. Good luck with your project, Mr. Damon. Look forward to seeing you complete that project. And thanks again, Mr. Blackledge, for your comments and your fine design. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a great weekend.
Project's approved. Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Anna?
Docket item 23, case CD BZA 2024-118. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a shorter rear setback, plus any other needed variances on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 7 East 65th Terrace. Stephanie Seldari is the staff planner associated with this case. I see the applicant online, Laura Bowers. Thank you so much for adding in your case number on this one.
Great.
And this is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide testimony on docket item 23 to please raise your hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Okay, I see a marshal with their hand raised. I'm admitting them. Oh, lots of people. Okay. 1 second, just taking my notes. Okay, Marshall for public testimony. We have a last name Brockman. They're the property owner. Oh, Marshall is also probably a part of the is probably
yes, I was gonna say
property
that.
owner, and then Gino. public testimony? I assume no.
Trying to get all these names out of here. Thank you. Gino,
Okay, everyone has been connected and no one else has raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
great, thank you. So I always ask everyone who's going to be testifying to first state their name for the court reporter, then I swear you in all at one time. Let's start with Laura Bowers. State your name. Thank
Laura
you.
Bowers.
Nick, thank you. Next over I see is Marshall. You're muted, Marshall. Still.
Marshall Pred.
Great. Miss Brockman, I think. Yeah.
Kayla Brockman.
And Gino, you're muted.
Yes.
State your name.
Gino Sarah.
Perfect. People, I'd like to raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? So let's start with Laura.
I do.
Marshall.
I do.
Gayla.
I do. Thank you.
Gino. And Gino. Thanks. And who's speaking on the case today? Who's the rep? Laura, is that you?
Yes, I'll speak on the case.
Okay, so there's a list of administrative exhibits that I need to admit for your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a report by Ms. Saldari on your case. Stephanie, tell us about today's case.
All right, so we got docket item number 3, CDVCA 2024-118, located on 7 East 65th Terrace, zone R-6, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill residential side and rear setbacks to permit a 2-car garage on the southwest side of the existing house, plus any other needed variances. So the subject site is located just south of Loose Park. So this is overview. Highlighted in yellow is the house on 65th Terrace. And there is an existing detached garage. So this is the view from the street. And this is a rendering of what is existing right now. And then just more site plan of what is existing, just house and detached garage. So applicant is proposing to basically extend that existing garage to have it be a 2-car garage, but is now connected to the house. So they need variances to the infill lot building standards. And here is a rendering of what it will look like from the side. So variance A is a variance of 4 feet 3 inches to the infill lot and building standards to permit a 9-inch side setback on the subject site. The requirement is 5 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated because other houses in the context area do have a side setback of less than 5 feet. The difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design because the proposed location to the attached garage is the only place it can fit. But you know, wherever it's put on that side, it will still need a variance to allow enough room for 1 car to fit. So this is that 9-inch side setback. Variance request B, a variance of 25 feet 3 1/4 inches to the infill lot and building standards to permit a rear setback of 3 feet 2 3/4 inches on the subject site. So the requirement is 25% of the lot depth or 28 feet and 6 inches. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since it is from this rear setback is caused from the existing detached garage but triggered due to it now being attached to the home. And the difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design since the detached garage is existing and is now being attached to the primary structure. The difficulty cannot be obviated. And then here is that 3 foot 2 3/4 inches rear setback. And that concludes my presentation.
Perfect.
My name is my internet.
Laura, I'm not sure I said this before, but we did have your permission to admit those exhibits to hear your case today, did I?
Yes.
And and you gave me your permission to do that. Thank you. Board members, questions of staff? All right. Laura, you're speaking in your case today. Why should we grant your requests?
Hi, so basically what we're trying to accomplish is provide a secure location for the 2 cars that the homeowners own. And the only way we can figure out how to do this on this lot is by extending the existing 1-car garage into a tandem garage. It's honestly not a totally ideal solution. You know, a 2-car garage in a more traditional sense would be preferred, but it's simply not possible on this site without taking up the entire backyard and would require variances anyway. We looked at a number of design options that and this was the only reasonable and efficient way to get a 2-car garage on the site. And basically what they're looking for is to secure their property from both theft and inclement weather. They're, looking to make updates to stay in this house and stay in this neighborhood long term. I believe Gayla and or Marshall also might want to have a quick word on the subject, but we are simply trying to make sure that they can keep their property secure and stay in the neighborhood that they really love.
Okay, thank you. Miss Stephanie, could you show us a picture again? I'm more visual at the front of the home as it exists today.
Yes. Let me. Where did everyone go? Oh. Okay. My Zoom screen went away. So here's my. All right. One sec. Sorry. My PowerPoint's not showing up. This. Okay, there we go. So
there it is.
Here, there we go.
Okay. Is that from Street View or is that from, did they supply the picture to you?
I think this was from Street View.
Okay. So I see a fireplace that comes about halfway out. Is that about, how far is the garage going to come out?
It does
Would you
not
say from
come
his
out.
existing?
Yeah,
it does not come out quite that far.
Yeah, so this is what it will look like.
Okay.
The fireplace
All
is
right.
removed in this rendering because we're planning on taking down the chimney in the existing fireplace. But you can see the 2 small windows that are on either side of that fireplace toward the front of the house. So you can see
Yes.
while we are bringing the garage forward about 20 feet, it still will be well back from the street.
All right, perfect. All right, board members, questions? And then I'll get to testimony. Well, sorry, any questions of Laura quickly before I move on to the testimony of the Brockmans and Mr. Sarah and Marshall. Marshall, why don't you tell us your comments on this case, please?
Gayla, Gayla was going to go ahead and speak on our behalf, but Gayla, if you want me to, I'm more than happy to.
I'm prepared, but please add with it. Is that okay if we speak together?
Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank all of you for your time. Appreciate you spending your Friday and allowing us this moment and for considering this request. We've owned this home since 2002,
And we love this home. We've done a lot of work to it. As you can tell, we take great care of that home from a street perspective. It's very well cared and tended to. We also cherish the neighborhood. These are not just our neighbors, these are our friends. We shared this plan with them well in advance of coming to you. We have had no concern with the plan because there's really no real change to the property to do this. At this stage of where we are in our lives, we want more space as well as a safe and secure place to park both our cars. I don't need to tell any of you that crime rates, especially around vehicle theft, is frightening in this area. And we also don't like the appearance of having cars sitting out on a driveway. We take great pride in making sure all of our, and that street in particular, 65th Terrace, is known to be a particularly desirable street. And the prices of houses in that area exemplify that. So given that our concern around burglary, we want a place to secure both two cars safely and have them out of the way. So we hope that this variance addresses those concerns, shields our cars from the extreme weather of Kansas City, and safeguards them. And we think these are reasonable requests. So we hope you will consider them with that vein. Marshall, do you want to add anything?
Nope. No, thank you, Gayla. Nope. That's how we feel.
Gino, your comments on this case today.
All right, so I'm the president of Armor Hills Homes Association, and we found out about this through the STAT program and we have an alert, and so we weren't approached by the homeowners. We found it, and the preliminary analysis is that it violates multiple covenants, and we'll be considering this at our next board meeting, and we've invited the homeowners to come. We've asked them to continue this hearing, but they don't want to. Our procedure is normally that the Homes Association considers projects first, and then if it's approved, then if there's a variance needed, that would be the next step. I don't know if a waiver or a forbearance, as we call it, would be granted, but it's a board decision, and that will be taken up at the next board meeting. But because of they're proceeding with the variance request, our position is that we're opposing it. Personally, in Armor Hills, we have a lot of one-car detached garage. It's a very common feature. Attached garages are not. There's a handful, and frankly, the ones sorry, hold on. Of course, the FedEx guy had to go right by as I was talking. There are a handful of attached garage that were added, and particularly they're not in compliance with the Homes Association covenants. And the board will also want to understand whether or not there was an addition to the back of the house. There may not be. I have no idea. Because where I've seen there's been expansion of attached garages, they've gone laterally. My sense is here there is no way to turn the corner of that house, but it may be because of an addition to the back. Again, I have no idea. But if it is because of that addition, that complicates it even more.
May I respond?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Gino, I really appreciate your feedback in this matter. We have no intention in bypassing the homeowners association. We just hadn't gotten to that step. I apologize for probably putting the cart before the horse, if that's how you might want to put it. We have every intention of going before the homeowners board and requesting a forbearance in this matter. In our minds, we need both the variance and the forbearance to move forward. So we didn't want to slow down the process by continuing the case to another month. We would respectfully request that if you do approve the variance, we would be more than willing to have it approved on the contingency that it also be approved by the homeowners board. We just, got our processes a little mixed up, but we figured if it's not going to pass variance, then we don't want to waste the time of the homeowners board and vice versa. So we didn't want to delay the decision-making and the progress of the project. Also, we've been in touch with, not Gino, but I believe Terry Johnson is the name of the third-party representative for the Homeowners Association, to get more information on the forbearance process and how we might present to the homeowners board. And we haven't gotten a ton of information on that side of things. So we proceeded forward as best we could. But we have every intention. We're not trying to do anything shady here. We just we're pursuing both of these processes in parallel.
And can you hear me? May I add a comment?
Go ahead, sir.
So we did make an attempt to add to Laura's comment. We had reached out to Gino before this meeting to unfortunately unsuccessfully just to have a conversation, because we weren't aware of the process, and make him aware and try to talk through this. We weren't able to do that along with Terry Rogers. So we were upfront to the extent of trying to have conversations with the homeowners association and management prior to this meeting. So, I think we hope that the acceptance on the contingency is fair and avoids a continuance and having to do this again, so long as we can satisfy the home association needs.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that would probably be fine. Again, the concern has always been that with the variance, it becomes more difficult for the homes association, because people tend to put more importance on the variance, saying, well, if the city's fine with it, why should you care? I mean, we're constantly dealing with that. And as Mark knows, Armor Hills has been trying to spread the word, so to speak, that we have covenants. I mean, architects have full knowledge that you're not going to go into Mission Hills without going through a process. Armor Hills, because frankly, past boards for decades didn't enforce these covenants, but we made a huge effort over the last 5 years. I mean, incredible amounts of volunteer time to start enforcing these covenants, and we publicized them as much as we could: website, email blasts, Facebook pages. So it's frustrating for us, and not pointing fingers at anybody, that we still have to we have to monitor city filings in order to get residents to come, proactively reach out to the homes association. And my hope is that the BZA does consider whether or not these projects comply with covenants when they make a decision, and not exacerbate the problem.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't think we can make our decision contingent on somebody else's decision. That would be delegating our decision making, and I don't think we can do that. But we are always very interested in hearing what the homeowners association has to say. So I think we have to continue this for a month.
Right.
I don't
Mr.
know
Gino,
when they said the meeting was, but
yes. Hey, Gino, I've been on this board for years.
Yeah.
And Armor Hills has always been vocal about projects. And sometimes they're approved and sometimes they're not. So again, I agree with Ms. Moran that we cannot pass a variance subject to the condition of covenants that have been somewhat violated over many, many years. So I would entertain a motion to continue this case. When's your next board meeting, Mr. Gino?
I believe it's on the 18th. And again, the homeowners are invited, strongly encouraged to come, and because it's a board decision. I'm the president, but it's a board decision. So it's
right. So the 18th of September, right? In a couple days.
Yeah. Yeah.
And our next board meeting is October 9th, as I recall. Well, am I right, kids? Where am I? October 9th, meet everybody? Is that when our next one is? Okay, thank you, Randy.
May I make a quick comment? if I may.
Right.
So
Go ahead,
what I
sir.
would like, and I guess I'm asking, can you hear me?
Yes.
You're
Okay,
not
so
stable.
what I would like to ask of Gino is the opportunity to speak to you or any other appropriate board member before the meeting so we can kind of have a better understanding of the specifics of your concerns so we can have a productive meeting and be properly prepared.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys discuss that individually. That's not part of this board meeting.
Understood.
So with that in mind, I'll entertain a motion to the October 9th meeting. Somebody.
In case number, docket item number 23, case number 118, I move that we continue this to the October 9th meeting.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Tommy, you're muted. Still muted.
Hello, aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you next month. Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't looked at the clock. It's 10:45 or 10:49. It's time for a break. So we usually take a 15-minute, right, Randy? Is that what we normally do? Randy?
10 or 15, up to your discretion.
Can we do 10 so we can speed the meeting on? We're all at home and all doing remote. So we'll meet back here at 10 minutes, 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you, guys. See you then.
Mark, it doesn't look like we have everybody back yet. I see Maggie, Maisha.
Tom, you coming back?
Or Jazz.
Yeah, Jazz. Who's Jazz? Hey, Jazz. Just missing city staff.
We're ready.
Oh, okay. So I'm ready if you are, guys. Let's want to take the next case.
Docket item 24, case CD BZA 2024-83. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a front-loaded garage, plus any additional variances on about 0.43 acres, generally located at 1211 West 66th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant and property owner on this case, please raise your hand so we can identify you for the public hearing, as well as anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony. Okay, I see the property owner and applicant. Promoting Sal. Then it looks like we have one person for public testimony, Jennifer Martin. I'm promoting this.
That's actually the architect.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Last call for public testimony on docket item 24.
Okay.
Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Sal and Jennifer, if you have cameras, turn them on so we can get you going here. What do they got? There's Sal, there's Jennifer. Anyone else you see out there, Anna?
Seeing none.
Audience? Thank you. Sal and Jennifer, first I'm going to ask you to state your names for the court reporter one at a time. Sal, you go first, your full name. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry. Salvatore Montleone.
Thank you.
Jennifer Martin.
Great. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
I do.
Perfect. Who's speaking on the case, Sal or Jennifer? Who's the rep?
I'll make an introduction and then turn it over to Jennifer Martin with Summit Architects.
Okay, so Sal, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit to hear your case today. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us about this particular case.
Sure. Everyone can see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we have docket 24, CD BZA 2024-00083 at 1211 West 66th Street. This is an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a front-loaded garage visible from the street, plus any additional variances as needed. This is the general location of this site near State Line, and I believe it was Ward Parkway. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is the plan along with some pictures how the property currently exists. This is a closer look at the plan itself with some 3D renderings. Those may be easier to zoom in on your staff report. This is an image submitted by the applicant. You'll see there that red line that we use for identifying the contest area. Keep in mind the contest area is on the same side of the block as the property, the subject property. And they also have identified pictures of properties with garages they believe to be facing the front of the street in the neighborhood. Variance request A is a variance of complete deviation to the infill vehicular use standards to permit an attached garage visible from the street on the subject site. This is a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. While, as you saw in the previous slide, there are several homes in this neighborhood with attached garages visible from the street, this specific contents area does not allow for such. As you all know, you need 51% to permit it outright. These are at 50%. I'll go back to that previous image very quickly. I believe it was 1201 has an attached garage. The one directly to its west is detached in the rear. And then when you go to the west of the subject property, that garage, I don't believe they have one. I might be mistaken. And then that furthest west property that is in that red line has a side-loaded garage. As for variance request B, a variance of 2 feet to the infill residential development standards permit the interior side setback to be 3 feet on the subject site. This addition encroaches on that interior side setback. So again, that variance is 2 feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as homes in this general area generally conform with interior side setback criteria. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Connor. Do board members have questions of Mr. Tomlin?
Yes, Connor, you said 50% of the houses in the context area have the same kind of garage?
Yes, so I believe 2 of them had front-loaded garages attached to the property, if memory serves me correct, and 2 of them did not. There are 4 properties in the context area.
Okay, so they have 50 and they need 51.
Right, exactly. They're a very small 1% away.
Okay, all right. When you said complete deviation, I was kind of confused by that. So, okay.
Okay. Sal, you're going to turn your representation over to Miss Jennifer.
Yes, yeah, I just want to make a quick introduction. I appreciate the board's time today. Lived in that neighborhood all of my married life, have been in this particular house for 12 years, have 3 children who are in college, driving age. So we have 5 cars, and like many of the other preceding applicants, looking to keep cars off the street for security reasons, aesthetic reasons, and so on. The current garage that's attached to the house being built in 1949, is relatively small. Doesn't accommodate modern vehicles very well in the way that the orientation of that garage is relative to the house, and the access point from the garage into the house doesn't allow for a car to be parked in the garage there in one of the stalls, so really renders it usefulness down to a small car. So our hope is to be able to build this garage. My wife and I intend to stay in this house for some time through retirement years. And so we've tried to be conscientious about the aesthetics, trying to make it match the existing house and fit the neighborhood. And as Mr. Tomlin said, we're really close. One of the things that I think is a contributing factor on that particular block is that with the 200-foot radius, it doesn't incorporate a lot of houses because the frontage on a lot of those lots is fairly wide. I think our lot is about 150 feet wide. But if you look at the map that we provided and you look at the block, which would be from Moore Parkway to Wyoming, and you look at all of the houses on that street, over 75% of them have front-loaded garages if you consider the entire context of the block. We understand that 200-foot envelope, but in the context of the whole block, the majority are front-loaded attached garages. And we certainly appreciate the consideration. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sal. Miss Jennifer.
Hello, good morning. Thank you all for your time on this Friday morning. Sal covered most of the bases, the same information that I was going to mention, but I did want to add just a couple things. One, of the houses in the 200-foot context area, we've discussed that 50% do have garages that are visible from the street. One of the ones that doesn't it has a garage that's visible from the street, but it's detached. So just basically, I think that puts us over the 51% threshold as far as being strictly being visible from the street, even though it's detached. The other thing I wanted to add is that the garage that we're proposing would be about 100 feet back from the street. So it's pretty far back. It's very unobtrusive. I don't think it would change how neighbors experience the Monteleone house at all from the street, because it's so far back as to be unobtrusive. And again, we've designed it with the same detailing and materials and silhouette as the existing house, similar roof line. So we've tried to minimize its bulk to make it seamlessly integrate with what's already there.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions?
Have you talked to the neighbors about this?
Yes, I have. I've spoken to the neighbors to the east and west of me, and the neighbors directly across the street, and they are all supportive. Placed our sign out. Had no other comments or input either way from other neighbors, but the neighbors to the east and west, so directly, my side neighbors, and then the neighbor directly across the street, whose property faces ours, are in support of.
Okay, thank you.
I think as we look at the numbers, if you're at 50%, as we look at the infill ordinance, I think often it's so we don't change the character of the neighborhood, and you're within that 1% threshold. And then seeing the other imagery, I know they're not in the context area, but seeing the number of 2-car garages that are present on both sides of the street, I think give you a very strong case. I would offer a motion if there's no other questions. In case number 83, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project, Sal.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. And Jennifer, thank you for coming before us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Next case.
Docket item 25. This is case CD BZA 2024-110. This is a request to approve a variance to the required street side setbacks in the B3-5 zoning district on about 1 acre, generally located at 325 Ward Parkway, plus any other necessary variances. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is Jim McClure, and I see him. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item to please raise their hand now. We also have someone a part of the ownership group on, permitting them as well. Don. Anyone else who's a member of the general public who wishes to provide testimony, please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none.
All right. So we have Mr. McGuire, and we see a Don. Anyone else out there, Anna, that I'm missing?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. So Jim and Don, turn on your microphones. First of all, I'm going to ask you to each identify your full names for the court reporter. Jim, you go first.
James McClure.
Great. And Don?
Donald Boos.
Thank you very much. Each of you, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Jim McClure?
I do.
Thank you very much. Who's Mr. McClure? You're speaking on behalf of your client today, I'm guessing.
I am.
Okay.
And then
great.
Roxanne Cook should also be in. Anna.
I don't see her raising her hand yet, but I'm going to ask you. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. that we need to admit to hear your case today? Do I have your approval to admit them? I didn't hear you, Jim. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One of those is a presentation by Ms. Khan on your case. Jennifer or Genevieve, go ahead and tell us about it, please.
Yes, good morning, board members. One moment while I share my screen. Are you able to see my presentation? Okay, docket item 25 is a variance to a street setback for the Raphael Hotel at 321 and 325 Ward Parkway. This case will probably look familiar to you. The site came to this board to receive approval of a special use permit and 6 variances for the existing structure. The site is located just south of the Country Club Plaza. And then we have the site outlined in yellow here. It's the existing Raphael Hotel and bounded by West 48th Street, Ward Parkway, and Warnell Road. And then, so just touching back on the previously approved variances, this board approved a variance off of Warnell Road and a variance to the parking garage area. And today before you is a variance for the eastern corner of the building off West 48th Street. So this is the variance itself. It is a variance of 1/2 foot to the lot and building standards for a street side setback of 14.5 feet. 15 feet is the requirement. No substantial change is expected as the structure is existing and legally non-conforming and has existed for the past 100 years. The difficulty could only be obviated by demolishing the building, which is unlikely to happen. However, the property owner does have the right to continuing this nonconformity per the nonconformity standards in the Zoning and Development Code. And the structure is not technically required to obtain any variances due to this legal nonconforming status. And then very small, but 14.5 feet is identified on the plan for this application. And then just a few street views of the site. We're looking at this corner on the left-hand side, this side of the building where one of the parking entrances is. And that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions of staff?
I just have one. So the reason this is back before us is just that one dimension was missed the last time. Is that it?
Yes, it was not on the site plan that was before you the last time.
Okay.
Maybe this is a question for the applicant, but if they have a right to a certificate of legal nonconformance, why are they getting a variance?
Yes, I'll defer to the applicant to answer that.
All right, thanks.
All right, Mr. McClure, tell us about it.
Wonderful. I'll share my screen, show a little presentation for you guys. So, as
I
you
think
guys
we need to
noticed,
admit that first before you can give your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. That will be admitted as exhibit number 10.
Wonderful. Thank you all. Board members, like I said, my name is James McClure. I'm an attorney with Wilson Alley here on behalf of my client, the owners of the Raphael Hotel. As you know, the Raphael has been in Kansas City and located near the Country Club Plaza. We are back before you again today to address a cleanup item that was intended to be included, but as we worked with staff, we realized that the language, it wasn't as clear that it was intended to be included. So we're back before you just to clean up and get the last variance that we need to ensure that this project can move forward easily and that we don't have to demolish the building. As staff noted, it's required a 15-foot setback. We currently have 14.5 foot. So we're requesting a 1/2 foot variance so that the building can fall within the right-of-way area here. To address your concern here, while yes, it is a non-conforming structure, we do not have a certificate of that non-conforming structure, which is required to be applied for within 1 year. Otherwise, we would have to come back to the board to seek essentially a variance from the 1 year to seek that that certificate. And we would have to show a few other things along with that during that process. Because we have, in the event of a fire or other destruction that could happen, our goal is to maintain this building, and in the event of anything happening, be able to build it back and restore the structure as is. Since it's been here since the 1920s, we'd like to continue for another 100 years. And so to avoid that process and have some surety, and to make sure that this building can remain in case anything were to happen and that we don't lose the non-conforming status, we sought a variance so that we would be assured that we would be able to maintain this structure as it is currently set on the property. With that, I'm happy to field any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. If you could stop sharing your screen.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Sure, thanks. Board members, questions? Seems pretty straightforward from what we had last time. So I'll entertain a motion or any other questions.
I'll make a motion in docket item number 25, case number BZA 2024-110. I move that we grant the applicant's request for a variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Motion by Ms. Moran, second by Ms. Wright. Anna?
Torrance.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixtor.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Thanks again, Mr. McClure. Your project is approved, or your variance is approved.
Have a great
All
rest.
right. Sure. Thank you, guys. All right.
Docket item 26, case CD BZA 2024-121. This is a request for a special exception for a 6-foot fence plus any other needed variances on about 0.174 acres, generally located at 8100 Summit Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is online. I'm promoting them. Thank you for including your case number and your username. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular case to please raise your hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none.
So it's just Miss Rob, I'm guessing. I'm trying to find her. There she is. Caitlin, please raise your right hand. Or sorry, please state your name for the court reporter.
Caitlin Robb.
Thank you. Caitlin, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. I need to admit some exhibits with your approval. They are labeled 1 to 10. Do I have your permission to admit those to hear your case today?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. Part of that is a presentation by Alec on your case. So you're in charge, Alec. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning. I will be sharing my screen so that we all can see the presentation. Perfect. Okay. We can all see that?
Yes.
Okay. So today we have docket item number 26, CD BZA 2024-121. The location is 8100 Summit Street and it's zoned R6. This is a special exception for a 6-foot fence in the street side yard on a corner lot. So here's the general site. It is located in the southwest section of the city. Here's the street view, or the bird's eye view of the site. It is along Summit Street. And here is the site plan that the applicant provided. The fence goes from the side yard all the way back and around the property. Here are some pictures of the fence from the yard. There's another picture of the fence from the side yard. And one more of the fence from the side yard. And the variance is for 2 feet to the height of the fence on a corner lot to permit a 6-foot fence in the street side yard on the subject site. A substantial change to the neighborhood is anticipated. There are no other homes in the immediate area, the context area, with 6-foot fences on corner lots per Google Street View. However, the applicant has provided a list of properties in the larger area that have 6 feet fences. Staff has not confirmed if these additional addresses have received special exceptions or not. But I will let the applicant speak to the other addresses she has listed. The fence could be shortened in the side yard to obviate the variance. But that is it for my presentation, so I can help answer any questions if there are any.
So Al, just to confirm, if this was not on a corner lot, it would be allowed as it's currently built?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Miss Rob, how did this fence get constructed without a permit, and or your responses to the request today? And stop sharing your screen, please. There you go, thanks.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so I apologize, I won't be as eloquently stated as the rest of everyone else prior to me. So I have a little kind of speech typed up if that's okay with you guys.
Sure.
Okay, my name is Caitlin Robb. I'm the owner of the property at 8100 Summit Street. I'm here today, of course, like Alex said, to ask for an exception to the Chapter 27, Section 10 code pertaining to the privacy fence on the back of my property. I'm a unmarried young female who works as a nurse, often working weird hours and needing to travel frequently, so the need for security is a must. I moved here from the northern part of Kansas City to be closer to work in April, and I had every intention of fixing up the property to make it look better for the Waldo community. The chain link fence that was there when I moved in was dilapidated, rusted, falling over, and was covered in overgrowth, weeds, and fungus. I got verbal permission for the fence from the neighbors that the fence directly affects, both behind and to the right of my house. I went out of my way to remove the large amounts of overgrowth on both sides of the fence free of charge for the neighbors so that they did not have to do it. I also did my due diligence by looking up what I thought was the city code to make sure there wasn't anything that would keep me from having a privacy fence. I do sincerely apologize, but I thought I had found the code for Kansas City that stated the 6-foot fence could not extend past the front of the house, which mine does not. It in no way blocks the views of cars driving on West 81st Street or wishing to turn on or off Summit Street, which I believe would be the main purpose of this code. I even called my fence company, who has done work in the neighborhood previously, and discussed the code for the city. He said he was not aware of any and that he drove the neighborhood and found multiple houses with 6-foot privacy fences, and he felt comfortable with proceeding. He did state there are several houses 1 block away from me at the intersection of Bellevue and West 81st Street that are all corner lots with privacy fences. I did all of this research prior to having the fence installed and thought that I truly did everything I needed to do so that I was following the rules and chose to have the fence erected. That is neither here nor there, though, as I'm here today asking for an exception to the fence code. As stated in my report online, and I explained to the city planner, I have extreme concerns for my safety, which is why I chose a 6-foot fence. When conversations were brought up with my neighbors about installing the fence, a neighbor who the fence does not affect, as they live on the other side of 81st Street, made it a point to say to myself and to other neighbors that they are very upset they could no longer see into my yard and see my dogs. To me, that translates to they can no longer see into my property, which is a huge privacy concern. In the beginning of July, we had a large wind and hailstorm that ended up knocking over my 100-year-old and over 100-foot tall tree in the backyard. A neighbor called the previous owner of my home to let them know I was taking the tree down, invited them to come over to my property to say goodbyes to the tree as it had sentimental value. In no way is this okay, considering the owner of the property wasn't even the most recent owner of the house. This owner was 2 owners ago. Again, a huge privacy concern. Sentimental value or not, I own the property now and I should not have to worry about previous owners coming to look at my house to see what changes I'm making. As you can see from the photos in the site plan I have submitted, my property is on a corner lot next to West 81st Street. which is a thoroughfare that connects Ward Parkway and Warnall and has high traffic flow. There are only 2 stop signs on West 81st Street, and people are constantly running them or going over 40 miles an hour on this road. There are very loud cars and traffic noise, and the fence helps to muffle that. There is a large drug and homeless population that wanders down 81st Street daily. There are people who appear to be under the influence sitting on my corner, yelling at people walking by, and wandering into yards at all hours of the night. With a 6-foot fence, this will help deter people from wandering into my yard, as KCPD, as we know, is overwhelmed with calls and may not be able to respond. As I'm sure everyone is aware, Brookside and Waldo are both highly walked areas with plenty of people walking their pets. Not every person walking by controls their animals, however, and some have allowed their dogs to charge at my fence. This, of course, triggers my animals and causes a disturbance for the neighborhood. Since moving into this neighborhood, I feel threatened every day by my neighbors. I was expecting Waldo to be a peaceful area that I could enjoy, but instead I am waking up to bags of dog poop thrown into my driveway. There's a storm sewer along the side of my house, and it's common for trash to end up there, but this was strategically placed in the middle of my driveway, directly under my car, so that I would run over it if I had not seen it. And as of this meeting today, there are 4 bags of dog poop sitting on the side of my property in the yard. In July, when the tree fell over, there was a huge presence of city workers as the tree threatened a power line. The city workers had to close down a small portion of 81st Street to safely remove my tree. We were approached by 4 separate people yelling at us for calling the city and being responsible for the road being shut down. These people are hostile and approached us in our car. They didn't say a word to the actual workers. While the tree was in the process of being removed as it was actively falling, I was asked by Ashblunt to vacate my house as it was a danger of the tree falling on it. I obeyed and sat in my car for several hours while the work was completed. In that time, 3 separate people came onto my property, entered my yard without permission and without proper PPE just to gawk at the tree. They were not city workers, they were residents of the neighborhood curious about what was happening, which is a huge liability concern for myself and my home insurance policy. Had that tree fallen and injured them, I could have been sued. As I'm sure you're all aware, crime has increased in South Kansas City, or is at least more reported. KCPD has increased their presence in the Waldo and Brookside neighborhoods due to car and home break-ins. They're having officers walk on foot to try and catch the criminals. And on June 9th of this year, we had a shooting at Sunnyside Park, which is on my street only a few blocks down. This remains unsolved and is causing the residents to list their homes for sale. Finally, as stated, I am a dog owner. One of these dogs is a Great Dane. He's 6 foot on his hind legs and 156 pounds. My dog is a gentle giant and has never hurt anyone in his 7 years of life. However, strangers who do not know him will not know that. So a 48-inch fence is not going to keep him in. If heaven forbid he were to jump over the fence, he is at risk for getting hit by a car or in today's day and age being shot by a resident. So please help me protect him. When I found that my house was picked out of all of the houses in the Kansas City area for having a 6-foot fence, I could not help but feel discriminated against. After speaking with the zoning department, I immediately went out and canvassed the area around my neighborhood. Within 20 minutes of driving a 20-block radius of my property, I have found 90 addresses with 6-foot fences, which I have added to my file on the Compass website. A large majority of those 90 addresses are corner lots, and the rest have front-facing 6-foot fences. I find it extremely hard to believe that all 90 of these houses have gone through the process of obtaining an exception or a variance. If you were to drive down Ward Parkway, almost every corner house from Waldo to the plaza has a 6-foot privacy fence. So why is it that I'm at risk for needing to remove my fence when these properties can have theirs? I find it discouraging that city workers aren't really sure of the code. The same week the tree fell in my backyard, an employee from the city came to my house to notify me that someone had filed a complaint on my fence. The neighborhood preservation representative that came to my house said that she read the code the same way that I did and did not think that I was in violation. She said that she had to file her report and they would most likely close the case. She sent me the code on the fence for the city, but sent me subsection E, which applies to vacant corner lots, which does not apply to my property. I did get permission from the neighborhood preservation team to keep the fence as it does not impede vision on the corner. However, there then seemed to be confusion on which subsection I was to adhere to. So to prevent future complications with my property, I went to City Hall myself and spoke with the zoning department and Alec. Even there, I spoke with an employee who told me that no 6-foot fence is allowed anywhere in Kansas City, when clearly Section 10A states that no fence or wall over 6 feet high shall be erected unless it's limited in subsections B, C, D, and E. I find it frustrating that there's such a strict code for fencing when staff members of the city and zoning department have trouble interpreting their own codes. If the city can't interpret the codes, how is a layperson like myself supposed to adhere to them? I am by no means trying to point blame or take attention off of my wrongdoings, but only trying to prove a point that the code is very confusing, and this was honestly a mistake on my part. If I were to read the code that I know now is the code that applies to my house, it would be subsection D, which states no fence or wall. I'll save you the trouble. You guys know what the code says.
Right.
I do ask for clarification that if the exception is not granted, am I going to be asked to only have the side yard that faces West 81st Street removed and that the rest of my fence is fine? As stated earlier, I am an unmarried young female living in South Kansas City. I've worked in the Level 1 Trauma Center just a couple of blocks from City Hall. I know what crime is out there. I know there are terrible people in the world, and given the recent situations I have stated above with my direct neighbors, in order to protect myself and my property, I put this fence up. I again sincerely apologize that I did not find the correct code, which is why we are here today. But I assure you, I did not do this with ill intent. I thought I was doing everything I needed to do as a citizen, and I ask that you please do not put me at risk by making me take it down. I, like every other citizen of Kansas City, deserve to feel safe and have privacy on my own property. And of course, I appreciate your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Ron. Thank you. So it's the side yard that faces 81st Street that triggered this zoning violation. And you can have it in your backyard, 6 foot, all okay. It's the side yard that faces 81st Street that triggered the violation. And to your comments, I'll just address real quickly. You referenced Ward Parkway. We've given some variances to those Ward Parkway homes. We're kind of sometimes a little bit easier to convince if it is a metal type fence that you can see through.
Sure.
We're not as not all the time, but we're not as receptive to pure privacy fences at 6 foot. We are receptive to fences that are not as tall as 6 foot, but over the 4 foot radius. So I'll leave it to my other fellow board members for further questions to you. Obviously, you've gone to great expense to put up this fence, and I wish your fence company would have known better.
Yeah. Trust me, hindsight, I wish that was the case.
Yes.
I have a question.
Questions of Ms. Robb?
I have a question for Alec, actually. Just to clarify, a permit is not required to put a fence up in Kansas City. I think Mr. Ebbett stated that.
No.
Right, yeah. People can do fences all the time without permits. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's not that she did not pull a permit for the fence permit. They're just not needed. I do think this is a unique situation because it is a corner lot. The fence is not covering the front of the home like we've seen in some previous cases. And if it was just not on a corner lot, which is something she cannot change, it would be allowed as it's currently built. Those are my only comments.
Okay.
Any other questions from other board members?
I had a question. If I heard correctly, there was a chain link fence there. Was that chain link fence 6 feet?
No, ma'am. It was the standard chain link.
I mean, I guess I understand why she might need it, especially with a Great Dane, and the other issues she's had. So I'm, sympathetic to that. And I think this is a little bit of an unusual situation because of the corner lot circumstances.
And her weird hours for going in and out because of her, the Truman. So, yeah.
Right.
Questions, comments?
I'll make a motion if there's no other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Moran.
In docket item number 26, case number 121, I move that we grant the request for the special exception in accordance with the staff report and the site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorence. Anna?
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Thank you, Ms. Rao, for coming before us. Your request has been granted. Have a great day.
Thank you all very much. Have a good Friday.
Thank you. All right. Next.
Docket item 27, case CD BZA 2024-73. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence in the front yard, plus any other needed special exceptions on about 1.33 acres, generally located at 1060 West 55th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. I see the applicant has already raised their hand. I am promoting Jason now. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 27. Please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none.
Thank you. Jason, I see your name, but please identify yourself to the court reporter with your full name.
Jason Atkins.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you very much. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits I need to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 10 on your report. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. One of those is a report from Ms. Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, tell us all about this one.
Yes, so we got docket item 27, CDBCA 2024-73, located on 1060 West 55th Street. It is zone R-6, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to permit a 6-foot wrought iron fence on the front and street side yard. So the subject site is located by Loose Park. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site on 55th and Sunset Drive. So this is this will be part of the front yard. On the left and on the right is the side yard. So this is on the left is a survey of the lot. On the right is where the fence will go. So the red indicates the 6-foot fence on the front and street side yard, and there'll be some gates. So this is like what the gates will look like and the columns next to it. This column is not existing, it's just an example. So this should be special exception request A is a special exception of 2 feet to the permitted fence height to permit a height of 6 feet on the front yard on the subject site. Requirement is 4 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. There are other homes near this site that already have 6-foot fences in the front yard, but staff cannot confirm if they were permitted properly, but the difficulty could be obviated by change in design. And then special exception request B is another special exception of 2 feet to the permitted fence height to permit a height of 6 feet on the street side yard of the subject site. Again, requirement is 4 feet. Character of the neighborhood change is not anticipated, but the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions of Ms. Saldari? Mr. Atkins, quick question for you, then I'll let you tell us why we should approve your request.
Absolutely.
In that photo that was submitted,
Mhm.
we saw a stone wall that kind of wrapped around.
Yes.
Is that correct, or is it wrought iron wrapping around?
So that's actually my back patio. I was just meaning to show that column is the design of the column. So the rest of the wraparound's my back patio. So it's just an example of kind of the height and width of the column.
Right. And then on both the front and side yard, it would be a wrought iron or similar metal material that you can see through.
Exactly. Yeah. There's stone columns on the corners and at the gates, but all wrought iron that matches the other, 6-foot wrought iron fences on all the other corners of 55th and Ward.
Yeah,
So
I've seen a lot of those over there as I drive along 55th. So tell us why we should approve your request.
yeah, no, appreciate the board's time. We kind of are I joke the caretakers of the house, even though we're at 55th and Sunset, essentially it's 55th and Ward because we're kind of right there at that intersection. So, we take care of the house and feel like this fence fits the other, because again, the other corners of that intersection all have 6-foot wrought iron fences with either brick or stone columns on the side. It fits with the other fences up and down 55th. So just the scale and proportion. And when we talk to our landscape architect and the fencing company, and this is the same landscape architect that sort of did the rest of our property there, we all felt like the 6-foot fence felt the best proportion for the house. Obviously safety. I've got a dog that likes to jump, so it sort of fits in with everything else in the neighborhood there. So that asked the board to approve the exception. That we've taken a lot of time to really make sure it fits in with the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Again, my comment would be that the house directly across the street from you has a 6-foot fence, wrought iron as well, with the circular driveway. So
correct, it does.
Board members, questions of Mr. Atkins?
I just have one question. Looking at the site plan, it looks like you are planning to set this fence back about 5 feet from the sidewalk. So there would still be green space adjacent to the sidewalk, correct?
That's correct. We found the property corners and lines and, kind of are painting that. So the front, when you're facing the front of my house, it's a little further back. On the side, there's still some green space, but it's a little closer. So, plus or minus a foot there.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Or comments or motion?
I would offer a comment that, we've seen some of these along that same street. This is not atypical and it is fully transparent. And again, another corner lot situation. So I would offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Nixdorf.
In case number 73, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion by Ms. Nixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Moran.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir. Thank you for coming before us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Docket item 28, case CD BZA 2024-107. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence to be greater than 6 feet in height in the rear yard, plus any additional variances on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 12 East Dartmouth Road. Sorry, that is a mouthful. 12 East Dartmouth Road. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. I see the applicant is online. It does say that the property owner should also be online to provide consent as well.
The applicant should be the property owner.
Oh, it's the same. He is a part of the trust. My apologies. Okay, this is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this item to please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it's going to take me a second here. Okay. This is McCormick's. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the right spot. All right, Mr. Jones.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon, or yeah, good afternoon to you, or almost good afternoon. I see two people there. I'm going to ask each of you to state your names, and then I'm going to swear both of you in.
Anthony Jones or Tony Jones.
Nancy McCormick.
Thank you. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits in your case labeled 1 to 10. Do I have your permission to admit those to hear your case?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Connor Tomlin is presenting on your behalf, the city's side of it. And so, Connor, tell us all about it.
Sure. Today we have dotted item 28, CD BZA 2024-00107, located at 12 East Dartmouth Road, R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to permit a fence height of greater than 6 feet in the rear yard, plus any additional variances as needed. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is the site plan that was submitted. This is a look at the fence as it exists currently. The following slides are images provided by the applicant, and I can allow them to explain more once I conclude my presentation. The variance request is a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence in the rear yard of a residential lot to permit a fence height of 8 feet on the subject site. This is a 2-foot deviation of substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as most homes in this neighborhood are generally compliant with fence code requirements in the rear yard. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones, are you speaking on the case today? Why?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Board members, any questions of staff? Okay. Mr. Jones or Ms. McCormick, I believe, do you have tell us why we should approve your request?
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for your time today. Our backyard neighbor, he started a project about 3 years ago to renovate his backyard. It's an ongoing project. One of the key components to that project was he raised the elevation of his backyard by 3 feet. I think his intent there was to level it from his house towards the backyard fence. He built a retaining wall very close to the fence and filled it all in with dirt, so he has a level ground there now, but it's elevated by 3 feet. The result of that is that we've lost all privacy in our backyard now. We no longer use our backyard in the way it was intended. We used to enjoy entertaining friends and family. My wife liked to sunbathe out there. We like to go out there and read or just have quiet time out there in the nice weather. We don't really enjoy doing that anymore because we never know when the neighbors will come out. They might be playing with their dog, they might be doing yard work, or they might be continuing on with this project that he started 3 years ago. When they're out there, they tower over us and they're able to see our entire backyard unencumbered, and it feels very invasive.
Pictures show that.
Yeah, there's a couple of pictures there that show them in their backyard, and you can see them from the waist up.
There's one with the blue line on the fence that we actually did a chalk line showing where their property line is now, or their yard line is on the back of the fence. That's what the blue chalk line is.
The elevation, yeah. They also have a young golden retriever. He's now able to jump up on the top of the fence, the existing fence, because of that elevation. He can put his paws up there. He's broken off a couple of pieces of the fence. And he looks down in our yard, starts barking at our dogs bark at him, and everybody gets riled up. And my fear is that one day he could, if he wanted to, very easily come over that fence. And I don't know what kind of welcome my dogs would give him. And I would just like to avoid that situation, that possibility at all. If we were to put up this 8-foot fence, the only ones it would be visible to would be us, the neighbor in the backyard, and then the direct neighbors to the east of both of us. We have a good rapport with the two neighbors, the ones directly to our east and the one directly to his east. They've been impacted by this as well. And they're in support of us putting up the 8-foot fence and understand the need for it.
As is Nick.
Right. So when Nick started this project, Nick is the neighbor in the backyard. He indicated to us a couple of years ago when he was still filling in the dirt, he said, you know, this elevation is going to be pretty high. You guys might want to consider getting a taller fence. Well, he was right. And we checked in with him about 2 months ago when we started this process with the BZA, and he is in agreement with us putting up the 8-foot fence. He has no objections. When this project started, the project with Nick in his backyard, there was never any consideration given to us and the impact it would have on us and the invasion of our privacy that it would create. But as far as I know, he was fully within his rights to elevate his backyard like he did. I checked with the city and I checked with the homeowners association, and no one said anything about him needing permits or anything like that. But the effect on us is real. Just a hypothetical. I realized that now that he's elevated this, he could put a 6-foot fence in his backyard, which would be according to code. And we would now, from our perspective, have a 9-foot fence that we'd be staring at. So if it weren't people towering over us, it would now be a fence. But for us, we're having to actually ask permission to have our privacy restored, whereas he was able to do all this without having any consideration of the impact. So we're asking for fairness here. We're asking for you to allow us this reasonable mitigation, which has no objections from any of the neighbors that would see the fence, and allow us to regain our rightful domain and restore what little privacy we have in this neighborhood where the yards are very small and proximity is very close to one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Let's see, Connor, can you put up that diagram of the house again? And
Yeah, the one with the site plan.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, I'd like to, I don't know if Connor mentioned this, it's only the back fence that we're looking at. The side fence is not going to be affected.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. So Connor, use your, sorry.
Yeah, so
side plan, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
if you can see my mouse, this is
yes.
where that fence would be.
Okay. All the other fence lines are acceptable as is, correct, Mr.
Yes.
Jones?
Yeah.
All right. You know, Mr. Jones, I'm not unsympathetic with you because I also have in my own yard probably a 2.5-foot grade difference between my backyard and my neighbor's backyard. Mm-hmm. So when, and again, just my own personal comment, when we talked about replacing the fence because it was in very dilapidated condition, we approached the neighbor and said, do you mind if we put up a 5-foot fence in my property, my backyard? Now that's going to look to you like a 6-foot to 7-foot high fence. And she said, nope, no objection at all, glad to do it. So that's what I did. And I don't know whether you'd want to broach that subject with your neighbor to say, I'll pay for the fence, but can we put it on your side of the yard? And that's just my only comment. Thank you.
If I understand, you're saying put up the fence, but you're saying an 8-foot fence?
No, what I'm saying is have put the fence on the neighbor's property, not on yours.
Okay.
So that way, because he's already a 3-foot high fence, he's already 3 foot above you already. If you put in a 5-foot on his side of the yard, that would give you your privacy that you're looking for.
Well, I understand what you're saying. What I didn't include in all that is that where the retaining wall is, there's about a 1-foot space between the retaining wall and the fence. That space right now is being used as his trench to throw debris. If we were to put the fence on his line, it would, like, you know, even a foot in, it would still be at that same elevation that we started at. So a 5-foot or a 6-foot back there wouldn't help us any because he'd still have his section that's 3 foot taller than us.
I thought his 3 foot went all the way to your fence line.
Not all the way. It goes to the retaining wall, and the
Okay,
retaining wall's about a
all
foot
right.
in the fence.
And as one board member, we very seldom grant these very high fence lines, just to let you know. But board members, questions and comments?
I'm also concerned about that overall height. I know you can't ask your neighbor to put up a fence on their property if that was on their retaining wall, but I feel like that may be a solution to get you where you need 8 feet. Just seems very, very high for a backyard. But that's just me.
It seems very high, but it looks like the only one it would affect would be that neighbor behind him. So if it's just along the back, and it seems like a fairly special circumstance to me, but.
And by the way, I don't want to cast aspersions or go down this path too far, but we considered trying to work with the neighbor, but based on interactions he's had with other neighbors and based on just the fact that he did all this without really ever considering us, we're keeping the peace, but we're not very open to working with him on any project.
I think we'd like to act independently because we
Well
have
said.
been postponing doing a new fence because initially at the beginning of his 3-year project, he said, maybe we can do this fence together. And it's been this long and we're not sure when the end is in sight for his project, and we're ready to kind of be using our backyard again.
Well, I understand the need for privacy, so I kind of understand what you're looking for, but so.
Yeah, and in general, I think an 8-foot fence is kind of ridiculous, but like I said, I think this is a fairly unique circumstance. So I'll make a motion. In docket item number 28, case number 107, I move that we grant the request for the special exception in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone? Second from Mr. Gorence. Did I hear that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Motion and second.
Gorence.
Tom?
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Opposed.
Wright.
Opposed.
Ebbets.
Support. Aye.
Motion passes.
Because you passed by 3-2, so you're good.
We are happy. Thank you very much. And thank you all for your professionalism and all your time. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thanks.
Anna?
Docket item number 29. This is case CD BZA 2024-114. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum height of a home per the infill lot and building standards, plus any additional variances on about 0.34 acres, generally located at 1863 East 59th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. And I see Khalid online. They are the applicant. The property owner is also supposed to be present for this one to provide their consent. I see Maria on, promoting them. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item, docket item number 29, to please raise their hand now. Oh, Maria, you do have to accept the promotion. Okay. Anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony, please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none.
Okay. I'm having a bit of technical issue. You've got to give me another 30 seconds here.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm just trying to get to the right spot. I apologize. Randy, I'm going to defer to you to head this one case, please. Thank you. In the spirit of getting this case moving. Randy Mixdorf,
I was muted.
can you hear me?
So sorry,
I can't get the staff report up. That's what's my technical difficulty right now, but I'm trying.
I was reviewing the case as you were going about this. Have you sworn anybody in yet?
No.
Okay. So I see we have Maria Lorenzo, and then we've got 2 people in that space.
Yes, ma'am.
Me, Khalid Bande.
And I see Khalid, the camera's not on. Okay.
It doesn't work. I'm sorry for that.
Nope, no, you're good. If I can have you all raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Yes, I do.
I do.
And can you each please state your name for the court reporter?
Khalid Bande. I'm the engineer who did the design work for this project.
Cecilia Bernal, translating for the homeowner.
Thank you.
Yeah.
María, la dueña de la casa.
Thank you. And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case today?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 9 for your case to be heard?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Turn over to city staff to present the case.
Okay, give me just a moment. Okay, so we have docket 29, CD BZA 2024-00114, located at 1863 East 59th Street. This is an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the maximum height of a home on an infill lot, plus any additional variances as necessary. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. As I usually do, I will go over the relevant infill information. This one is pertaining to height. Residential buildings with a roof pitch between 0 to 12 and 3 to 12, and between 9 to 12 and 12 to 12, may not exceed the height in full, not partial stories of the greater of the 2 nearest residential buildings of the same building type on the same block face. For this provision, a full story shall be considered 12 feet high, and the number of stories shall be determined as viewed from the street. For example, whether the tallest of the 2 adjacent residential buildings as viewed from the street appears to be 2 full stories or 2.5 stories, 24 feet shall be the maximum height permitted on the subject property. Relevant site information. This originally came to us due to a violation notice for work without permits to create the second story addition to this home, among other violations as commented by the inspector. These comments by that inspector include second story addition does not meet code, addition lacks fenestration openings, entire project is off grid, and one of many property violations. Moving on to the site plan, this is a look at it. It may be easier to view in your staff report where you can zoom in, as same goes for the elevations. These are pictures that were submitted of that addition of the second story. These are some additional pictures. The variance request, which these numbers will be different than in your staff report. That was a staff error in the staff report of interpreting the measurement incorrectly. The variance request is going to be 4 feet 3 inches to the maximum height of a home on an infill lot to permit a maximum home height of 16 feet 3 inches on the subject site. Again, that is 4 feet 3 inches. I do see here, I stated for reference that the height is measured as the midpoint between the ceiling and the pitch of the roof. However, in the infill code, it specifically states it's to the top of the wall of that story. So here it would actually be 16 feet 3 inches, hence the 4 feet 3 inch variance request. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The addition of a second story to this home does not fit the context of the property surrounding it. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation, and I am open to any questions you may have.
Do we have any kind of pictures of the homes surrounding it, or this home in context with the homes around it?
I do not have any pictures. I could pull up Parcel Viewer really quick and we could admit that as an exhibit if you'd like me to go around the street.
That would be helpful for me.
All right,
to
give me
see.
about 30 seconds to get there.
Okay.
Well, Connor's bringing that up. I have either a question for Mr. Bonde or the applicant. So when looking at some of the images in the staff report, the house looks gray in one image and then it's kind of a beige in another. Is the gray the completed project?
Yes, please. I mean, unfortunately, they approached us when the building was already, second floor was already done, and the city came to them to ask them to about the violation, and then we did submit the plans to the city, and then came this thing, requirement of the infill zone. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for that clarification.
Connor, can you go back in time 1 year? So that's with the unpermitted addition. Yeah.
Hey, Randy, you want to admit that for an exhibit, by the way?
Yes, this will be admitted as exhibit 10.
10.
Connor, I would request if you could show across the street also, please.
I'm sorry, what was that? To show
the houses across the street on the other side of the street.
Yes. However, I will note that these houses are not considered part of the context area.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
And then looking back at this side of the street where the houses are in the context area. Let me check to see if there are some on this side of the tree line. There are.
Definitely not.
And then going back this direction, and we are back to these houses. This is the subject property in question.
So it's just an empty lot to the right?
When you go down this way, it is not. You just can't see it behind the tree line, from what I can tell.
Okay. Okay. And this addition has no windows, as far as I can tell from the.
No, per design, they will be having windows because all the 4 bedrooms are going to be upstairs, madam. And
okay, so those just aren't completed yet.
As I said, they completed it as a frame only initially, and then wanted back to come to us to do the design part of it. As I said, ma'am, this is a very big lot, almost a 30.35 acre lot, and if I was there initially, I would have suggested them to go horizontally, not too vertically at the addition. Because of their large family, they wanted to do this thing and had done it before the permitting process. So now the request is to grant this 4 feet variance, and so that they could, because the family is in desperate need of additional rooms. That's what I was told by the family.
Mr. Tomlin, again, because I'm visual, can we see or can I see a picture of what the current status of this home is?
Yes, and you can't see your staff report, correct?
Well, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I couldn't see.
Yeah, no, that is okay. Let me pull up the presentation and I'll just share my screen. All right, are you able to see
I
that?
see that. Right.
Yep. So this is the current look at the home. To my understanding, these are the pictures that were submitted.
The front and back of the home. That's why
Yeah,
one part's blue and one part's beige, Randy.
2 separate pictures, right, Randy? We're looking at the
front and back of the home.
Yep. So what I'm showing on the screen now, the left side is the front of the home and the right image is the rear of the home.
Were I'm trying to remember if you said this, were building permits pulled for this, or this was done without permit?
To my understanding from the inspector's comments, this was done without permits.
I want to make mention that I've kind of been seeing a trend in some of these cases of work being done without permits. And it's a huge concern. I know for us, what we're judging on is interpretations of the code, but I'm seeing a trend in us just in cases coming before us that completely disregarded the code. And now they're coming back and asking for forgiveness. I kind of have a problem with that. Because had initially we went through the process and talking to the development department, anytime you're trying to rehab a home, you would have been told initially that you can't go up, you can go out, but you can't go up. And so I have a hard time really kind of understanding sympathizing with kind of how things went. I don't see how this adding this variance also would set a precedent as well, that A, come to us for a forgiveness, and then B, now we allowing people to change the character of the neighborhood substantially. And then noting too in the staff report how much work that was done that was also out of code.
Yeah, and I'm also concerned, although it looks like there's two-story houses across the street, it looks like virtually every house along this side of the street is just a one-story. So this would be fairly out of character as far as I could tell from the photos you showed.
Yes, that is also staff's interpretation that this is pretty majorly out of character with the context of the neighborhood.
And Mr. Bande, you said they could have done a one-story expansion. Where would that expansion be, to the side or to the rear?
Yeah, in the back also, in the rear side also. As I said, it's a big, fairly big lot, ma'am. It's a 15,000 square foot lot, 100 by 150 feet, 100 feet wide and 150 feet deep.
So they could have gone both side and rear.
Yeah, if they had come to us before the permitting process, definitely I would have suggested that.
Okay.
But as I said, they have invested a lot of money and resources they have in this structure. That's the request now, I think, to grant them this, please.
Right.
Mr. Banday and to Mr. Or Miss Lorenzo, we established a precedent, as Ms. Moran said earlier, by if we grant this application because it's already been built, then we open up a can of worms for other people to do exactly what you've done. And so I'm sorry that you've invested a lot of resources into this project. But I'm just one board member, and unfortunately, with your fellow neighbors being one-story homes, I'm not in favor of granting this request, and I do apologize for that. But we've denied other requests where people do builds and then we make them tear it out and redo it. So we don't make them tear it out, but we say they're not approved. So that's just one board member's comments, Mr. Banday.
Do you have any other commentary from the applicant? Any other insight you'd like to provide? Okay.
No.
Board members, any other questions? Or a motion?
I offer a motion, Ms. Mixdorf, in case number BZA case 2024, case number 114, docket number 29. I recommend the applicant be denied the request.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Right.
Aye.
Ebbets,
Aye.
and Mixdorf.
Aye. I'm sorry, but
Motion's denied.
your motion has been declined.
Thank
you. Anna, hey Anna, the next two cases are very similarly addressed. Are they the same ones basically?
Yes. Oh, 1 second. Let me move that applicant out of the lobby. Okay. Yes, it's they're right next to each other.
And Anna, Miss Lorenzo was there, but I think she's gone. Okay. So I'll take over. Sorry, Randy. You okay? You want to call those companion cases? Thank you.
Well, they're two separate addresses. There's two separate presentations, but it is a very similar request for both, and the properties are right next to each other.
Never mind. We'll call one at a time.
Okay. Docket item 30. This is case CD BZA 2024-122. This is a request to approve a variance to the rear yard setback plus any other additional variances on about 0.179 acres, generally located at 14407 East 49th Terrace. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with the case. And this is the time for the applicant to raise their hand so we can admit you for the public hearing. If there's anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 30, please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Richard Woods and Kendrick Johnson have raised their hand.
And I see Mr. Rhodes.
Kendrick, you're gonna have to accept the promotion. Richard Woods is the other individual, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking for him. I see Mr. Woods down there. Mr. Woods, if you've got a camera or microphone, please turn both of those on.
And Kendrick declined the promotion.
Okay. The owner. Okay. Where did Mr. Woods go? There you are.
Kendrick is here.
Thank you.
Kendrick is here.
So I'm going to ask each of you to state your names for the court reporter. Go ahead.
Kendrick Johnson.
Thank you.
Richard Woods.
Thank you. I'm going to ask each of you to raise your right hands to be sworn in. Did you promise or affirm, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's speaking on behalf of your case today, Mr. Woods or Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Woods is my architect who can explain things better in detail.
Perfect. Hold on. Don't say anything else. Mr. Woods, I've got a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your approval to do that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Alec on your case. Alec, tell us about the case today.
Okay. Give me 1 second and I will get it up on the screen. All right, y'all can see that?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So today we have docket item number 30, CD BZA 2024-122. It is located at 14407 East 49th Terrace. Zoning district is R1.5, and this is a variance to the rear yard setback. This is the site, and here we have the bird's eye view. You may recognize this East 49th Terrace because we have had a variance last month for lot 9 or lot 7, I should say. Last month, this was CDBZA 2024-101. It was for the same, not for the same values, not for the same distance, but it was a variance case for the rear yard setback that was approved. We have East 49th, 14407 East 49th Terrace today, and then we have another one next. So here's the site plan. This is lot 9 of East 49th Terrace. What is permitted in an R1.5 is a 25-foot 25-foot setback. And what we have here from the deck to the property line is 19 feet and 9.5 inches. Here we have the elevations of the lot, the building to be placed there. Here's another view of those elevations. And this variance is for a request of 5 feet, or this is a 5 foot 3 inch variance to the rear yard setback to permit a 19 and 9.5 inch rear yard setback on the subject site. The substantial variation is 5 foot 3 inches. This is not a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood, considering that all the homes in the area are sort of oblong lot sizes. The home could be moved forward to more accurately conform to the rear yard setback standards, but then would also risk non-conforming with the front yard setback. So that concludes my staff report, and I can answer any other questions or show you any pictures, go to parcel view, or whatever you need.
Board members, questions of staff? So Alec, in simple questions, we've kind of approved these other neighborhood cases near here, correct?
Yes, yep.
Mr. Woods, why should we approve your case today, sir? Your application?
The original plats for that cul-de-sac area were all a bunch of trapezoids. Alec had a site plan of the whole cul-de-sac area there. And those trapezoids are extremely difficult to work with when you're trying to build a rectangular home. And when we're trying to sit appropriately with the front yard setback, there's no way we can not violate stuff in the back. So what we've done is kind of spun the axis of the house on the site so that we put this left-hand corner at the very front of the front yard setback and still try to keep it pointed directly at the center of the cul-de-sac, just to utilize the site as best we can. That's essentially what we're trying to do here. What our hardship is this site is extremely difficult to work with. And that's why they've been on the market for many, many years.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wiz, I've been out of school a long time, but I haven't heard the word trapezoid since I was in engineering school. So thank you for using that term.
Okay.
Board members, questions of Mr. Woods and his project?
Have you received any comments from the neighbors in the area?
Have we?
No, last hearing, we had a guy who showed up. His biggest concern was we wasn't sticking multi-families over there.
I recall
But
this.
I've talked with several neighbors and, they're very excited about what I'm doing. They're happy to get some neighbors.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Looks like we've approved similar cases in the past. I'll entertain any motions or questions.
I'd offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixtor.
Case number 122. I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Do you have a second to that?
Second.
Motion by Mixtor, second by Ms. Wright. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, Mr. Woods. Good luck with it. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Alex.
Okay, docket item 31. This is case CD BZA 2024-94. This is a request to approve a variance to the lot and building standards to permit a shorter setback plus any other needed variances on about 0.19 acres, generally located at 14406 East 49th Terrace. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the property owner or applicant, please raise your hand now so we can identify you for the hearing.
In
If there's anyone else online who wishes to provide testimony, please raise your hand now so we can identify you.
Hello.
Seeing none.
Okay. Sorry. Miss Dawson, could you
I
state your
can't
name for
hear
the court?
anyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Perfect.
Okay,
Miss Dawson, hopefully you're not driving. I see cars moving.
I'm actually writing, so.
Good, perfect. Thank you. Please state your name for the court reporter.
Michelle Dawson.
Thank you, Miss Dawson. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits I need to admit for your case today. They're numbered 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. One of that is a presentation by the staff planner, Stephanie Salderi. Stephanie, please tell us about the case.
All right. So we got docket item 31, CDBCA 2024-94, 14, located on 14406 East 49th Terrace. So the neighbor to Alex's case, zone R-1.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the rear setback to allow a house to be built on the lot. So the subject site is located just south of Independence, east of Raytown. So this is highlighted in yellow, the lot in question. It is vacant, as you can see. So here is a picture, again, vacant. So this is the subject site. I rotated the site plan so it could fit better, but we are looking at the rear setback, which is right over here. Okay. So these are just elevations of what the house will look like. And the rear elevation. So here is the rear property line, and right now is proposed to be set back at 10 feet. And some case history very similar to what Alec presented. So all these empty lots all obtained variances back in 2002, but they were never vested, and so now they are all expired. So Michelle has come back to get a variance, basically renew it, so they can get this project going. And this variance from 2002 was also a variance to the rear yard setback, and it was approved. All right, so our sole variant request today is a variance of 17 feet to the lot and building standards to permit a rear setback of 10 feet on the subject site. The requirement is 27 feet. A change to the neighborhood is not anticipated. Most lots in this neighborhoods have received variances to the rear setback due to the irregular lot shape. But even though all these variances have expired, they will need to seek a variance again if someone chooses to build on it. The building could be reduced in size to obviate the difficulty. However, the irregular shape of the lot creates difficulty to build an average size house, and this seems to be an average size house. And that concludes my presentation.
And Stephanie, to be clear, there are two. Am I on the wrong case? Sorry, are there two variances?
There are two in the staff report.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot to clarify that. So as I was making my presentations and re-reviewing everything, that second variance, I measured it wrong, so the driveway does meet code. So it is not, that second variance is not needed.
Right.
So that was my mistake.
No worries. No worries. All right. Miss Dawson.
Yes.
Why should we grant your request today, ma'am?
We are an affordable home builder, and we already have a buyer for this house. It's a 20-year-old actually, and they have picked out this lot, and this is the area that they want to live in. So we've done the due diligence that we could to try to make the home that he is looking to purchase fit on the lot, same as Chris or Mr. Woods, because I'm familiar with him and Kendrick's project as well. So.
Okay. Board members, questions of Ms. Dawson? Hearing
Thank you.
none.
Only the one variance request, which is similar and was already pre-approved in 2002, I'd be willing to make a motion on this case.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 94, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
And again, keeping in mind, just variance number one.
Just with variance A, sorry, with the corrected staff presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Ms. Moran. So we have Mixdorf.
That was Miss Wright.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I saw faces move. Primary by Ms. Mixdorf, secondary by Ms. Wright. Anna, please call.
Goritz,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
and Debbitts.
Aye. Your project is approved, Ms. Dawson. Thank you very much. We only have two more cases, so we're not going to do a lunch break.
Okay.
Do we want to
Docket
do a
item-
10-minute break in
No.
lieu of a lunch, or do
We
we
just had one. At 11 o'clock. Do you guys need 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, 10-minute break. I have 12:47 or make it 12:50, 12:50, 10 to 10 to 1.
12:37. So we'll be back at 12:40 or 12:47.
Well, 12, I mean, it's close enough to 12:50, so we'll take
Okay.
10 to 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Break time.
Everyone back?
Yes.
I'm back. Can you hear me, Randy? Anybody?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, docket item 33, CD BZA 2024-75. This is a request to approve a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a driveway expansion, plus any other needed variances on about 0.27 acres, generally located at 5604 Northwest 88th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. And the applicant, I see them now.
I don't know why you're promoting them. I just want to apologize to the board and to staff by implying that a break was not needed. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Curtis is connected.
All right.
Hello?
Hey, Mr. Spa, Curtis.
Oh, here.
Hi. Oh, there you are. Hi. Could you please identify yourselves to the court reporter? Give us your full names, please.
Nicole Spa.
Curtis
Spa.
Perfect. Raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Perfect. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit to hear your case today, or we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to admit that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Saldari on the staff planner. Stephanie, tell us all about this case.
All right, we got docket item 33, CDBCA 2024-75, located on 5604 Northwest 88th Street, zoned R-6, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a wider driveway on the subject site. All right, so the site is located up in the Northland?
Yes.
Yes. And the highlighted lot is the subject site, and this is the driveway. And then to clarify, no work has been done on this driveway.
Correct.
All right, so the homeowners are proposing to widen their driveway to 30 feet, so basically filling in these gaps. And just have it be, it is a 3-car driveway, but just widen it out so it's all even. And so for our variance request is a variance of 8 feet to the residential vehicular standards to permit a driveway width of 30 feet on the subject site. The requirement is 22 feet max. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since several homes in this neighborhood seem to have a driveway wider than 22 feet. However, it is uncertain whether proper permitting was sought for these expanded driveways. Driveway standards in residential areas were approved by City Council to reduce stormwater runoff and minimize vehicular use areas. The difficulty can be obviated by another method. So 3 cars already fit in this driveway. The third car would just need to maneuver around the other cars to get in or out. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Well, both Curtis and Nicole, why should we grant your request today? Well, I'm sorry. Board members, do you have any questions of Ms. Stephanie? All right, thank you. Curtis and Nicole, why should we grant your request today?
We do, I just wanted to say one thing that we have about probably 6 or 7 of our close neighbors within our streets that have this same driveway that we're asking for. I think it was just done to be cheaper when the house was built. But we do have 5 kids between us. So when they all come over with their cars, all be in college age, it creates kind of a bottleneck on our street. Our street is kind of narrow anyway, but if the kids park on the street and then two cars can't get past it, so it just kind of creates kind of a mess for people trying to go by. So it just, if we were to be able to do this driveway, we would be able to put all of the cars in our driveway, and make it a little easier for everybody to drive around our neighborhood.
I just want to add that there's been new businesses right down the street from us, which has created a lot more traffic. And so, like she said, it would stop the bottlenecking of all that traffic.
Thank you, Curtis.
And I think Stephanie had a picture of the house that's across the street, one down. That is exactly what we're looking for. And I talked to our subdivision, and this is just a step that they said we had to take, that they didn't have a problem with it. We just had to get it cleared through you guys.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, that picture should be in the staff report.
Perfect. So I mean, I don't echo the other board members' opinions, but we've had other people in your neighborhood or other neighborhoods in the Northland come before us after the fact. And I, for one, am very supportive of someone coming before us before the fact and asking permission versus asking for forgiveness afterwards. So that's just my singular opinion.
Thank you.
Yep.
So the current configuration is what the builder built?
Yes.
Okay.
I think based on other cases that met the pervious area requirements, which is why that has the unique shape that it does.
Right.
Yeah, and since the city allows that 22-foot max width at the property line, this is very common where you see builders do 22 feet and then expand the driveway in the front yard.
And I do know that when we did put our sign in our yard, we had several of our neighbors obviously ask what the sign meant, and then they got the letters in the mail, and they will be wanting to do the same. So you might have a few more neighbors wanting to follow us in this process.
I, for one, am not very much for forgiveness as I am asking the way you're doing it. So if they have 30 foot, you know, they may have to rip them out. But go ahead. Board members, any other comments, questions?
No, I was just saying they want to add to their driveway since we were doing it.
Right.
And I think that's one of my concerns. We've had, I don't know, 5 of these cases in the last few months, similar neighborhoods. And again, I appreciate you coming before the fact. But it's just a lot of concrete in the front yard. And I think I appreciate the 22-foot width to minimize the amount of impervious area that we're allowing in these residential areas. But that's just me.
If you, I don't know if Stephanie has a picture I sent of the front of our house. We have quite big of a yard to the right of where that driveway would be. So I don't know if she has that picture, but it's.
I've got images in the staff report as well.
Oh, okay.
I assume they're the same picture, Stephanie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then on the bird's eye view, it shows too.
I'm just concerned about setting the precedent if we allow this one, and then if all the other neighbors want to have these 30-foot wide driveways all throughout the city, then what means do we have to say no to others before this work is completed? But I'm just one board member.
I just want to add that there's only like 5 houses between the turn where this traffic's coming from, and to the next stop sign. There's only 5 of us, and one of the 5 is already that size. Again, if it wasn't so bottlenecked here, we wouldn't worry about it. But right now, with the such traffic, it really would help the neighborhood. So.
Mhm. Anybody?
Yeah, echoing everybody else's comments on it, I kind of agree. Again, in interpreting the code and asking for these variances, we just need to know what the hardship is. And to me, it's going back to preferences. I think the ability to maneuver in and out of the driveway, still having a 3-car garage, still being able to park 3 cars there, still kind of allows you to have utilization of your driveways in the intent that you want to use it for. But although again, as Chairman Ebbett said, we appreciate you coming to us beforehand instead of doing the work. But again, it's just I'm just more so seeing a preference and not an actual hardship. And so
When you have like
Wait.
a car parked, like for instance, my car's a Ford Explorer, so it goes beyond. So the person that's coming in that 2.5 drive, literally, we just drive through the yard. It doesn't really manipulate around.
I'll be willing to make a motion on docket number 33. Case number
Go ahead.
7. Okay, docket number 33, case number 75. I make a motion that we deny the request for the variance for staff report.
Do you have a second?
Second.
So Wright and Mixdorf.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
No.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
No. So 3-2, right? So unfortunately, you're
The motion fails. We'll need a
Motion
new
failed.
motion.
Well, I thought you only needed 3 votes to deny it. You need 4 votes to grant it, but
Right, the motion technically fails, but then when we go through the next motion, that motion will also fail because they don't have enough votes to prove it. Elward, I don't know procedurally if you want to move that way or
Oh, I see. You should have voted. You should, Maisha, maybe you should have said support, then the negatives would have killed the motion. Yeah, I don't know.
No, she
What's
made
Elward
it.
say?
She made it correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I can make another motion just so we can get this done. I'll on docket item number 33, case number 75, I move to approve the variance requested in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
Do you have a second to that one? Second from Mr. Gorens.
okay. Gorance,
Aye.
so now you're approving to approve the
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
Okay, Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Opposed?
Wright,
Opposed?
and Ebbets.
Yes, aye.
Okay, motion fails, the variance is denied.
You needed four positive votes, Curtis. So your motion is denied. All right, moving on to the next case. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
Is
Nicole.
there any way to appeal it with our neighborhood being for it, our subdivision?
You have to talk with the staff planner. That's not something we get involved in. You can appeal, but I don't want to go through those steps right now. There are steps.
Yes,
All
you
right.
can email me and I'll
Okay.
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, the last case,
Next.
34 CD BZA 2024-87. This is a request to approve a variance to the minimum acreage to construct a detached house in an AGR zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 4.11 acres, generally located at 12,000 Northwest M92 Highway. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case, and I see the applicant online. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this item to please raise your hand as well so we can identify you for the public hearing. Okay, seeing none, Justin is connected.
All right. Justin, please raise your right hand to be sworn, or I'm sorry, please state your name for the court reporter, Justin. Yeah, and turn on your camera and microphone too, if you have a camera.
Yeah, let me. Trying to figure out how to. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We just can't see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that part out. Oh, there it is.
Still looking for it, Justin, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Is there a button somewhere that I need to click?
Down at the bottom left, if you're on Zoom, it'll be start video.
Right there. Says failed to start video. Please select another video camera in settings.
Do you have a camera?
Yeah, it's got one built in it.
Well,
is it popped up?
Yeah, it popped up, but it's got a red line going through the video part of it.
Can we proceed with audio only?
Yeah, let's go with audio only, Justin, just for the speed of the case.
Okay.
On your honor, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to do that?
Yes, and I have my dad, Steve Kerwin, the property owner, here as well, if you want to swear him in.
Okay, Steve, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. And I think I heard your name was Steve Kerwin.
Stephen, actually. Steve Kerwin.
Perfect. Thank you, Stephen. And is Justin or Stephen going to be talking on behalf of your case today?
Justin.
Thank you, Justin. So again, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit to hear your case today. Do I have your permission to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that is the presentation by Connor Tomlin, the staff planner. Please tell us about the case.
All right, so today we have docket item 34, CD BZA 2024-00087, located at 12,000 Northwest M92 Highway. This is an AG-R zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the minimum acreage to construct a home on the property, plus any additional variances as needed. This is the general location of the site. If you don't see the little site button, it's in the very top corner of the screen, very northernmost part of the city. This is a look at the property itself. On the north, you have the city boundary, and then on the south, you have M92 Highway. This is the site plan that was proposed. You'll see there that there's a proposed drive extending to the north of the property, where the house is going to be located, as well as a proposed outbuilding. The variance request is a variance of 35.89 acres to the minimum lot area and an AGR zoning to permit a detached home to be built on 4.11 acres on the subject site. This is a 35.89 acre variance, or just shy of a 90% reduction. AGR zonings require 40 acres for a home. a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Along this stretch of road on the northernmost boundary of the city, there are several residential uses without sufficient acreage in the same zoning district. The difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design due to the northernmost city boundary cutting off the property, as well as M92 highway on the south side. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Connor. Any questions of Mr. Tomlin?
I just have one. So if this was not AGR, this home would be allowed.
Yeah, 4 acres is pretty significant. If it were
Right.
something like R6, R10, it would more than likely meet the requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Do they
And
have
the
a lot
other-
more acreage? It's just outside the city?
I will allow the applicant to speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a total of 18 acres, and that 4 point or whatever it is the only part that's in the city of Kansas City. The rest of it's in Platte County.
Okay.
So
That
had
sounds
it
like a
been in
very
Kansas City,
unique
they've been
hardship.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Board members, question, Mr. Kerwin, why should we approve your project?
Just so I can have a one and only house built over there and raise a family in it, pretty much.
Okay. Board members, questions of Mr. Kerwin? Motions, comments?
I'd offer a motion. I think this is a
Thank you,
very
Ms. Mixdorf.
a unique site in terms that not all of it is even within KCMO causing this issue, and then also with it being allowed in a different zoning district. So in case number 87, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who said it? No, it doesn't matter.
Ms. Wright,
More.
Okay, Mixdorf made the motion. Ms. Wright made the second. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you very much.
All righty, thank you.
Board members, thanks again for coming out on Friday. Appreciate it. And we'll see you in the October meeting.
And as a reminder, I am gone for the October meeting.
Okay, thank you. Jazz, you're up. All right, thank you, everybody. See you.
Wait, I might carry her baggage for Randy.
That's right. That's right. Cool. Thank you. See you. Bye.
Bye, guys.